Greetings, everybody. Keith here. Hoping everybody's having a good day, enjoying life, living life, loving life. Got John H., Russ Combs, and Warrior of Truth with us here again tonight. Appreciate the support, guys. And we're going to be going over some jurisdictional limits. And some of you guys have heard me speak on this thing about 7 U.S.C. 136, animal includes but is not limited to man. And that's what we're talking about is our environmental situation. It really doesn't have anything else to do with that, except for the fact that the personal situation is a distraction from that. And so we're going to go over the jurisdictional limits according to the Iowa Code as it relates to something smells fishy in 7 U.S.C. 1922, persons eligible for real estate loans. Now, you've heard me also speak before on the fact that in order for the government to acquire lands, it has to be condemned. So hopefully I'll be able to find that code and show that to you as well. Matter of fact, let me look, see if I can find that real quick. No, that's not it. Well, I'll see if I can think about it while we're going through this information, but I thought I could pull it up real quick. But instead, what we're going to do is we've got something as far as, like I said, it relates to the Iowa Code that we're going to go over. Let me pull that up first and get started there. And there should be links for this stuff down below. Oops, that's the wrong one. There we go. And let's see here. Hold on just a second, folks. I've got a call coming in. I'll be right back. I got to just take care of this real quick. Okay. So when we're talking about the jurisdictional limits, first things I want to point out is things that I've spoken about many times, and that's 18 U.S.C. 7 as it relates to the special maritime territorial jurisdiction of the United States. 18 U.S.C. 8 as that special maritime territorial jurisdiction relates to obligations and other securities of the United States. And 18 U.S.C. 9, which is vessels of the United States. And that's what's created at the enumeration of birth, is a vessel of the United States, wherein somebody applies for a Social Security number, and persons eligible for a Social Security number says that you can apply for a Social Security number. And when you click on you, it says a individual who owes a debt to the United States. And then we find out a United States business means a United States citizen. So the citizenship that's created through the enumeration at birth is a corporate entity, a business of some type. It's a franchise. It's an investment franchise. So Article 1, Section 8, Clauses 1, 3, 7, 14, and 17, as it relates to 1, the congressional power to lay, collect taxes, duties, imposts, and excises. 3, the commercial person, or the activities of the commercial person. 7, how to go from point A to point B in those commercial transactions is postal roads. Clause 14 is the person, which is relative to the 14th Amendment as well. So that's the easy one. It's the person. 3 is the personal activities. 7 is the personal activities of the persons along those roadways. And then the 17 is the places and buildings, the needed places and buildings, which are the point A to point B's, from this building to that building. and they all have a postal address for all posts in all accountings of all events. That's all it is a record. Okay? That's the vessel of the United States, a record keeping system, not King James Version Jeremiah 1:5, prophets. None of it applies to us being able to profit unto the nations. See, this is what they convert through that 7 U.S.C. 136. They're converting the environmental aspect of your livelihood into a commercial commodity. And that commercial commodity, again, just like everything else, is regulated by the military. And we're going to finally be doing that thing on military government on Sunday night. And hopefully John will join me.
Well, can I jump in real quick, Keith?
Sure, anytime. Just let me know.
Well, what I found something interesting today. First of all, can you hear me? I'm on a laptop this time around and not a phone. Is my
Yeah,
audio
you're
okay?
coming 5x5.
All right, cool. So, what I further learned today was that the Carroll County clerk. I saw a posting that they had sent out to executive director of the state board of election, and there was something on there that piqued my interest because and they're talking about moving in certain buildings for the election in 22 and things and the reason for that. But what I found interesting was she said myself, CBOE, and some of her staff, obviously. So I went to go look. You know what CBOE is?
I have no idea.
Chicago Board Options Exchange.
Yeah, it's under the state's blue sky laws. It's okay. This is where the conversion happens, guys.
Exactly.
You've got a municipality that offers municipal bonds, and they do so in the name of the residents. Okay, that's what all this bonding stuff is. It's a business enterprise. So, along with the Chamber of Commerce dealing with the businesses in the incorporated structure of the municipality, the residents are included in that corporate structure. So when they issue bonds for the corporate side for those local businesses, it's the residents that are interacting with those local businesses. And so the local businesses have a liability. And when the local residents interact with them, those businesses are passing the liability on the residents for their corporate status as an investment. Okay? Now that's under the blue sky laws of the states. That's the blue sky state security laws. So the states have securitized it through a municipal bonding, and they can only run their options the same way as the federal government, but they're unregistered securities, and in that they can swap the name out. So once they get the residents to sign for it, now they can swap it into their name as an investment. This guy invested in us, so now we can put it in his bank, and that's how we can do these bonds. That's all they're doing.
And that's done through the Government Accounting Standards Board, and then the other side, which is the Financial Accounting Standards Board. And one is the GSASB is a statement of net position, that's government. And the FASB is nonprofits statement of financial positions. So the primary differences in the end user for GSASB, the end user is generally a tax-paying citizen. For FASB, it's shareholders and or investors who can benefit from standard compliant reports. So it's crazy, buddy.
Now this is one of those things, again. The thing about this process, again, as it relates to those corporate franchises and the United States business being including United States citizens, those are the franchises, like I said, and you're using that in the capacity of a state resident, and so they're doing everything on behalf of the United States in those state securities, okay? Because they can't do it without that United States citizenship. This is as it relates to trading with the enemy. They've got to have a superior identification system through the international import-export codes. So
I've kind
when
of
it,
run I've kind of run this down to what you've got BlackRock, you've got iShares, Vanguard, and State Street.
right, and
It's
it's
all
all
tied
an
in with this right here.
and it's all an investment thing. Rebecca says end user person or entity that consumes makes use of the goods and service produced by businesses. So, like Facebook, like I said before, there's an inconsistency there that the end user on a .com site that has no commercial interest or supposedly no commercial interest is in fact operating as a corporate entity as the consumer. Okay, and that's the problem. People don't understand the terms and conditions that are being put forth there. As on Facebook, I am a customer. I get to custom or customize the data elements that I put in there. They are not data elements to be consumed, and I didn't consume anything. All I'm doing is putting data elements into a system as custom data elements that no one else is putting in according to my own opinion or review. And that's why it's important when you use other people's material, you place your opinion or summary of that statement in there with it. It's a correlation and distinction of one definition versus your perception of verse or even in alignment with that. So the next thing I want to read is the Iowa Code Chapter 614, which is limitation of actions. Again, it's actions that speak louder than words, and in order for them to act upon the words in those documentations, no matter what the grammar is they're using, the limitation of actions relates to 614.2 as it states death of party to be charged. And I want people to understand the definition here, death of party to be charged means it's not chargeable yet until the death of the party. And the only reason it's chargeable is because then the state would step in and have some kind of duties or liabilities to administer the estate that's been abandoned. And the only reason that there's a presumption of abandonment is because they have no living will as it relates to the property that people have been pledging into that system all their life. That's what that Social Security number is about. It's about making a national pledge. And that pledge says that all property is in the ownership of the state until one comes forth as age of discernment to be able to have the full powers of administering their own estate under the execution of their own living will and testament. This is why they say that living will and testament is so important to have it filed in. No, you don't have to have that filed in the record. It just makes it more convenient for them to not mess with you because now they've been given notice. And this is Article 139 of the Libra Code. The armistice is only binding upon the officers once they have notice. So until you give them notice, they don't recognize it, and that's why they're able to use their own discernment. They're still operating by an administrative record, though, that is a probated record. So let's read this. In all cases whereby the death of the party to be charged, the bringing of an action against the party's estate. You're not bringing they're not bringing actions against you. Understand this. They're bringing actions against the estate. Shall have been delayed beyond the period provided for by statute. The time within which action may be brought against the estate is hereby extended for 6 months from the date of the death of said decedent. So the limitation in the language, and we're going to clarify this again with Scott versus McNeil, it says that 6 months from the date of the death. So there has to be a death. That means they're not supposed to act in probate upon any record established by a birth certificate without first having the conveyance in their possession of a death certificate. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I mean, no, it doesn't. But I'm just saying that's an invasion of a record. That's embezzlement.
Right. And what they're doing is they're using it against you as that embezzlement. It's not just a matter of embezzling. This is the situation. They're embezzling through a corporate entity, and in that embezzlement, they're acting against the corporate entity. But every one of the employees that works under that corporate entity that they're embezzling from is suffering a loss without knowing it.
What I see right now, that corporate entities, like here in the Bluegrass State, it's the Department of Local Government, and from what I understand about this GA and SB and FASB, is that that's basically leasing, but more importantly, I think they're doing this swap right at the beginning, Wizard. I think the clerk's in on this. Because that I told you, and she said in that paper that thing she sent to the state board of elections, the CBOE was with there. So why would they be with her? So and it goes to say that the objectives, the GSA applies to government, which means the underlying principle is to ensure that governments, organizations properly conduct their accounting activities so they can provide accurate and reliable information to the U.S. public, which includes taxpayers, public officials, investors, and others who use financial reports. Now, the FASB, the underlying principle behind them, is to ensure that public companies properly conduct their financial and accounting reporting activities to provide accurate and reliable information to their shareholders and investors.
Right, and that's part of the presumption, though, is that as an investor, you too are a corporate entity, and you must know the difference. And if you don't, they're not going to tell you that you're being used as an investor, and they're only going to make the claim. And again, this is a matter of the way the record is styled and everything. And so a lot of these people in these job positions, not knowing the language, are just doing their job, and that's because they're getting paid a paycheck, and they don't give a fuck about the definitions.
When you look at that,
so it's not that they're knowingly doing this stuff. Some of them are, but you're not going to be able to root them out because the ones that they're going to throw under the bus are the ones that don't know. That's why it's important to know this stuff yourself and just put it on the record.
Also, Liz, that CBOE also used the language of Bourse, B-O-U-R-S-E, which mean meeting place of merchants. Meeting place of merchants, literally purse. From Old French bourse, money bag, purse.
Yeah, that's that postal item. That's the I went over that before. That's why I say coin your words or purse your lips. If you've got words that you think have value in them, you don't know how to get that value out of them, keep them within you. Figure out those words and what value they do have and when you can use them. Coin your words or purse your lips.
I believe the swap that they're doing is the commodities, which are the raw materials.
Right, and that's that environmental aspect that they're going to treat you as an animal, and that birth registration is specific to animals. That's see, a corporate entity or a owner has the registration of his animals recorded so that it matches the number or logos or tag or earmark or brand or something like that that they attach to that property. That's what this is all about. That enumeration at birth is an attachment to property. And they're saying the property is the legal name, which is a foundation of a business under the United States as a franchise. And people go around saying, I'm a United States business, and they're fucking homeless. They whip out an ID. See, I'm a United States citizen. Not understanding that's a business. Are you running a business? And if you're running a business and you're so proud that you're running a business, but you're homeless, then why are you homeless? It's just insane to me. That's only because I have a different comprehension of these words, terms, and conditions. And I would hope that other people would come to those conclusions because I honestly think they are more truthful. They're the ones telling us this stuff. So let's look at Scott versus McNeil. It says a court of probate, in the exercise of its jurisdiction over the probate of wills and the administration of estates of deceased persons, has no jurisdiction to appoint an administrator of the estate of a living person, and its orders made after public notice, again, after public notice, appointing an administrator of the estate of a person who is in fact alive, although he has been absent and not heard from for 7 years, and licensing the administrator to sell his land for payment of his debt, are void, and the purchase at the sale takes no title as against him. The purchase at sale takes no title as against him. Yet this is the presumption that when you sign those documents, that is your free will act and deed, and it is an expression of a trust, and that you are signing as trustee when you don't qualify it by placing a notice in public that you are not taking on those liabilities by a simple statement without recourse, without prejudice. And then qualifying qualifying that signature in the true and proper capacity, and that is proper. I am not the trustee in person. I am the beneficiary in person as the benefactor in life.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can. Greetings, brother.
Hey, remember that negotiable instrument I said I was sending off?
Go ahead.
I think it worked.
Really?
Because I've never seen an administrative hold on a bank account disappear like mine did today.
Nice.
And
nice.
I haven't gotten no letter or nothing, but it was a sizable amount. And I looked at my account and my money's back in there.
Killer.
So
yeah,
I'm like freaking out. I'm like, am I seeing this correctly?
And I'm not going to disclose the amount, folks, but I know in our private communications, it was in the amounts of thousands. So think about this. And this is the same concept that back in the day when I had my trial and everything for that sixth offense possession, and I wrote my stuff up at the end there and handed it in. I got a notice from the Child Support Recovery Services doing the same thing, rescinding all of their sanctions on the licensing and everything. And all of a sudden now there's no claim. So great thing.
I'm like kind of in shock and dismay that, that this has happened today. I only found out about an hour ago, so I'm still like freaking out about it.
Well, and what you do, brother, is you follow up with a final judgment decreeing that you are in agreement as the record reflects 0 on this date.
Yeah, I'm going to call the office tomorrow and see what it says, because for the letters I got said until they send the bank notice or 60 days, and today I looked and it's back. So
Right. Now you give that public notice. You give the
Yeah,
public
I gotta,
notice that the debt has been discharged according to the record and how it reflects.
because
I thank you kindly.
they sent me a offer to go to a Zoom call in a couple weeks, and it was such a uh, like fraudulent piece of paper, no government seal or any stamp or nothing on it, just a contract looking type paper. And the envelope wasn't sealed and had a small piece of tape holding the back closed. I wonder why they would do that.
Yeah, yeah. They do some funky stuff. I had the same thing happen with one of my companions' things. They opened something that we sent her, put it back in the envelope, and then taped it shut.
Yeah,
Funny.
that's like they never sealed the envelope. So either someone opened it or whatever, but there was just a small piece of tape holding it closed.
Yeah.
And it wasn't sent certified or anything. So I
So let's take
probably will send direct communication to the Attorney General stating my claim and all that.
So let's take a look at this and finish up here with the rest of this under Scott versus McNeil. See, and that's part of what that solution is for our brother Warrior of Truth is that they can't take any title against him. And that's what we're addressing. Again, it's not us that they're coming after. They're coming after the estate. So we have to cut them off at the gate. And they're trying to be the gatekeeper. And if it's our estate, then it's our gate. We should be the gatekeeper. And it says, a judgment of the highest court of a state by which the purchaser at an administrator's sale under order of a probate court of land of a living person who had no notice of its proceedings, it is held to be entitled to the land as against him, deprives him of his property without due process of law, contrary to the 14th Amendment of the Constitution of the United States, and is reviewable by this court on writ of error. And remember, folks, that writ of error is the questioning of their jurisdiction as a mistake. You took jurisdiction upon an estate, saying that there was no living will. Excuse me, again, at the age of 18, when we're indoctrinated to believe that we're supposed to fill out that SS5, in fact, all we have to do is clarify that record that mom and dad never did and state our living will, that we understand that the handing over the administration of the estated person that was created when you're born is fine, so long as it's understood that you are the customer and not the consumer, and that anytime you sign any documentation is to give credence to the consumer, and that in fact what you put out is to be returned. It is a loan. It is a gift of God. This is the credit system. So let me see here. It says, quo warranto, what is the authority of mistake? This is the entrance into a court of equity. Common law, again, it's the estate of the person. And so when we look at the estate of the person, it's the states that have jurisdiction in rem, which is the thing. It's the federal courts that have jurisdiction in personam, and equity acts in personam. So that tells us that if the federal courts have in personam jurisdiction and the states have in rem jurisdiction, then the only access to remedy is to recognize the estate being administrated through the states as the mistake. And therefore, that is, under the diversity of jurisdiction, the 14th Amendment versus a people, a federal question for federal removal to that jurisdiction of federal question for the mistake to be remedied in equity. Period. So let's take a look. What do we got down here? We got the Iowa Code, which I think is the total thing that I just read. Let me make sure. Oh, no. This is, okay, yeah, this is This is something else I wanted to go over, so let me switch screens here. And let me pull this other one up just in case, or when we get ready to switch to that one. And we'll shut this one down now.
The Supreme Court has original jurisdiction for ambassadors. That might be interesting.
Yes, yes. See, the Supreme Court has original jurisdiction in all cases, and the states have concurrent jurisdiction, and they confuse that, because it's concurrent, that they confuse that with original jurisdiction, and this is not so. The original jurisdiction is the discretion between foreign and domestic. That is the customs. That is Title 15, Foreign Trade and Commerce. So let's do screen share. PDF 1. And let me blow it up. And so what we're doing here is we're looking at sovereignty and jurisdiction of the state. So like we were talking about in yesterday's video, the multilateral agreement, because it's talking about sovereignty and the jurisdiction of the state, which is in rem, the thing, and the jurisdiction over the person, which the thing is entitled by, is federal jurisdiction. We have two parties to an agreement, which makes it a bilateral agreement, but it's constructed in trust, so there is in fact a third party, but that third party is recognized or cognized, either one, under a sovereignty, and this is the problem. It is not cognized under the sovereignty yet. It has only been cognized under the franchise, and therefore is only vested in a bilateral agreement at most. At most. And then, because it's administrated through the state as a decedent estate already, as if though there is a death when there isn't, which is the mistake, because they have no jurisdiction to probate an estate unless there has been a death. Okay, understand that. So 1.1 says the state boundaries. The boundaries of the state are as defined in the preamble of the Constitution to form a more perfect union. Okay? The boundaries of the states are the union of the states. Sovereignty. The state possesses sovereignty coextensive with the boundaries referred in section 1.1, again, to form a more perfect union, and that is relative to the United States and the United States of America both, subject to such rights as may at any time exist in the United States in relation to public lands, and that is the United States of America, or to any establishment of the national government. And therefore, the First Amendment says Congress can make no law respecting the establishment of religion. But there has been the establishment of a national government, and there was the establishment of a legal name relative to a United States citizenship, a U.S. business that was in fact established as a franchise of the United States by enumeration at birth as an agreement between us and an official of the state. Again, the bilateral agreement was the enumeration at birth. All you have to do is have it cognized in sovereignty of one of the people, and that is one of the Americans, and the American interest of the international protections of their person under Article 4 of the Bill of Rights for that article, or that 14th Amendment citizenship, so enumerated in the Constitution. They both correlate. Concurrent jurisdiction. The state has concurrent jurisdiction on the waters of any river or lake which forms a common boundary between this and any other state. So I want to ask everybody, can the state have land jurisdiction?
Nope.
Nope.
No.
So the only jurisdiction they have is the rivers and waterways and lakes. Did you know this is what's considered condemned land? It's condemned for agricultural use because obviously they can't remove the water and start growing crops unless they fill in the lake or alter the river. Did you know this is what they're using as a tactic to move across the land, is their special maritime territorial jurisdiction of the United States in the state, as if though they have jurisdiction on the land. And again, they don't. They have jurisdiction of the water, and the documentation, therefore, of those special maritime territorial transactions that happen on the land. They don't have jurisdiction on the land. They have jurisdiction of the thing, which is the documentation. And that is only entitlement because it's all through titles. And that is done through names, and those are persons. The state of Iowa is a person, so entitled through a title under a union of the states under the Constitution of the United States, a corporate entitlement. It's a business entitlement.
Almost all state capitals are on a river.
Yep. It's a military positioning. The roads, as I've discussed before, come from the Autobahn, the German Autobahn after World War II. That's specifically why those roads were constructed the way they were, is to traverse heavy military armaments across their country. America just followed in suit. So let's go back to it. The next one we have is footnotes. See, Act of Congress, August 4th, 1846, 9 Stat L, page 52, which we can take a look at that. We'll see what it looks like. So let me pop that up in a window and put that other up there and see if we come up with it. Provisions for the Act of Collection of Duties. Remember, we were talking, it's all about the collection of public taxes and dues. Oh yeah, it's 344 pages. We're not going to bother with that, but just so you know, you can look that up for yourself. Act of Congress, August 4th, 1846, 9 Stat LP 52. So here we go to the next point, 1.4, acquisition of lands by United States, not by the states. The states cannot acquisition the lands unless by the United States, a bilateral agreement at minimum of abandoned lands. If they're going to acquire lands that somebody actually owns, then it must first be required for military use and benefit, first and foremost. And then they can inquire into as who owns the land. If upon inquiring upon who owns the land, they find out it's abandoned, they can then acquire it. If they find out somebody owns it, then they have to go through a process of determining its value, assessing its value in exchange. Okay? United States of America, by United States, the United States of America may acquire by condemnation or otherwise for any of its uses or purposes any real estate in this state and may exercise jurisdiction thereover, but not to the extent of limiting the provisions of the laws of this state. The state reserves, when not in conflict with the Constitution of the United States or any law enacted in pursuance thereof, and remember, folks, these here, as a matter of forming a more perfect union, are in pursuance thereof. So even the boundaries defined in the preamble of the Constitution, not by the state. Sovereignty, coextensive with the boundaries referred to in one, the Constitution of the United States, and not in the state. Concurrent jurisdiction on the waters of any rivers, lake, or river, any river, waters of any river or lake which forms a common boundary between this and any other state. So the land boundaries that they establish that are in common with other states or this state and any other state are not concurrent jurisdictions. You understand? That interstate travel that they pose through that land boundary that is not formed a common boundary by a water of any river or lake is a false jurisdictional boundary line. Okay? That is not anything but a special maritime territorial jurisdiction, which oftentimes the public education system will create these maps, or somebody else outside of the public education system will create these maps, and then they will use it in those public education system to indoctrinate the children to believe that the United States somehow includes all 50 states of the United States as they relate to that map, when in fact it clearly states in unambiguous, plain writing, the United States is located in Washington, D.C.
Yeah, and every time we use a zip code, Keith, that like would identify in your case the Iowa area of the District of Columbia.
Correct. It's a zoning improvement plan, and they used to call, well, even your phones have an area code, but back in the day they used to call them areas. They were foreign trade zone or foreign trade areas, and this is relative to the imports and exports as they relate to an entrepot. An entrepot is a foreign trade area that is known for importing and exporting goods, but it is not publicly controlled. That's what the zoning improvement plan is for publicly controlled trade zone areas. This state, let's see here. Yeah, this state reserves when not. Yeah, we gotta mute you when you're not, unless you got something to say, Imam.
Yes, I have a question. It's Iman, and the
Yaman, I'm
question
sorry.
that I have, these boundaries that they're talking about, if you're talking about um, posts, then a lot of these posts are these bodies of water that come in where ships dock and they do import and export of goods and services with vendors and merchants.
Yes, everything, even the services, are imports from the United States.
So basically, what I was just reading when they did the Louisiana Purchase, it was not the whole entire lands of the Louisiana Purchase. It was literally the port area,
Correct.
and that's where they were doing a lot of the um, the import and exchange of goods and service with these, um, I guess you would call them vendors or pirates or merchants. And I yield.
Right, and that's why I say, the whole thing about the Civil War and the Southern Port is all just misconstrued and not even mentioned much. The real reason of the Civil War is because of Louisiana and the ports down there and the Barbary slave trade. Okay, in order to cut off the Barbary slave trade, the North had to take over that Southern port. Otherwise, the Northern could do nothing about the slave trade going on in the Southern ports. Okay, that's the distinction of the sovereignty of the states. Each state has their own sovereignty to incorporate the laws of the international forum above and beyond the United States if they find that they're not beneficial to them. So, say 38 states, or excuse me, let's make it a little bit more reasonable. Say 48 states. Well, let's call it 40. Say there's 48 continental United States, okay, which is what they placate. Say there's 48, and 47 of them decide that they're going to do something that restricts the importation of certain items into one state that is landlocked. How many states are landlocked in the United States, folks? Quite a few. They're landlocked. Okay? They are dependent upon those waterways to get imports and exports in through those special maritime territorial jurisdictions. Now, granted, they can still come in by plane, but again, if you own certain land, you own what is below and what is above and what is below. And if they say they don't want to import something by water or land, they're not going to let you import it by air either. Okay? So this is creating an ability for 47 states to change the laws for their benefit, despite it destroying a 48 state. They will destroy that 48 state and consume it under those other laws to open up those borders again to the people of those lands, even if they have to destroy the people on those lands to then repopulate it. Do you see what's happening today? What do you think migration's all about? It's not about those people wanting to come here. It's about, in a sense, maybe, but it's about the borders allowing people in to become corporate entities so that they can repopulate the awakening masses. And it ain't going to happen good enough for them, I assure you. So let's get back to this. It says, this state reserves, when not in conflict with the Constitution of the United States or any law enacted in pursuance thereof, the right of service on real estate held by the United States of any notice or process authorized by its laws. That's service, the right of service of real estate held by the United States of any notice. So it's a service of notice of process. Do you think I don't know what I'm talking about when I say that resident is the postal contract officer for service of process for that notice of a claim against the estate, and reserves jurisdiction except when used for naval or military purposes. Except when used for naval or military purposes. Pay attention tonight, folks, because when I come back Sunday night, I'm going to show you how everything is military. They admit it, they put it in the public, and all you have to do is read their fucking documents. They're telling you this. Over all offenses committed thereon against its laws and regulations and ordinances adopted in pursuance thereof. Its laws adopted. Where did they adopt those laws? And by adopting, how does it make it theirs if they got their fucking laws from the scripture?
Brother, it would seem to me the same thing that is occurring with with the adoption of the laws, and I'm finding out where there is a propensity of these police officers abducting people, is to do the import and the export of the records. And so by doing so, they feel that they have jurisdiction over, well, they would have jurisdiction over their own record, but not over the own man. But they're being used to um, to terrorize the people, to make them feel, because they know that the
Well,
time has come where the great mother and the great father is going to reveal to all what is taking place. And so they have gone after the children of Israel. And
well, and
and
I
they know who the children of Israel are. That's why they've been doing what they've been doing to perpetrate the practice that they have been doing. So everything that you're saying is in divine order, because earlier a reading came up to me via the phone, and it was showing a woman clutching her purse, and then they were talking about the coins and so forth. And so
synchronicity again.
your whole premise, excuse me.
Synchronicity again.
Yes, the whole premise of what you're doing right now is the revealing, is the opening and the revealing of the book of Revelation of what's to come. Because they've lied to us. They told us there was only a great
Well,
father, but there's a great mother and father, and we have to be in balance with both.
correct. And I don't use the strong language that it is used for certain purposes. What I do like to state though is that we've all been indoctrinated, and it's a matter of comprehending its use so we can correct it. Once we learn how to do that, and again, it's not something that's going to happen overnight, folks. It's going to be step by step, little baby steps, because that's truly what we are still as babies in this. But when it comes to the first step, is that resident is the registered agent for the principal franchise. That's a great way of stating it, um, because that's a presumption, again, by a statement on a record that everybody puts out publicly by the use of a legal name as the top person in a securitized instrumentality expressed in a trust known as a name and address. So let's go back to it, because the next one here is such real estate. Again, we're always talking about real estate, which is the landed estate, the land estate, your access to the land, which is Leviticus 25 verse 23. The land shall not be sold forever, for it is mine, and ye are strangers and sojourners with me. Shall be exempt from all taxation, including special assessments, while held by the United States, except when taxation of such property is authorized by the United States. So, if they're saying it's property within the United States, it's not supposed to be taxed. So, I want to ask, why are they assessing tax on your property? If you look at that map and it says the state of Iowa is in the United States, I want to ask you, who's confused? If they admit that this land is in the United States by that map, then what is it when it comes to their documentation and that taxation on your property that they say belongs to the state through that documentation? Again, I urge everybody to look up that title. Who's holding that title, and why are they holding that title? If it's your property, why is somebody else holding that title? And if that somebody else is holding that title and they're taxing you, they're saying it's not in the United States. Why would they say it's not in the United States, yet teach you that all those states are in the United States? Because there's a special maritime territorial jurisdiction overlay that you're not thinking about, and it merely relates to the record, and that's it. That record is false. So let's take a look at number 1.5, Federal Fish and Game Refuge. Again, I told you it's all about that environmental aspect and the wildlife and fisheries and the Protection Acts already enacted through this very same Congress. The state of Iowa hereby consents. So the state of Iowa is the one that already consented that the government of the United States may in any manner acquire in this state such areas of land or water, of land and water, as said government may deem necessary. So again, we see it has to be deemed necessary for the establishment of the upper Mississippi River wildlife and fish refuges. So does that mean that it can consume all of that land westward over to the waterway boundaries of the Missouri? So where's the Missouri part? See, that's another waterway, right? Why aren't they including that waterway? Why is it just the upper Mississippi River Wildlife and Refuge, or Wildlife and Fish Refuge, in accordance with the Act of Congress? Provide the state of Illinois, Wisconsin, and Minnesota grant a like consent. Why is that not mentioned in here? Approval required, legislative grant. Notice it doesn't mention, now we get into national forest, offenses, Keokuk and Knoxville, jurisdiction of Indian settlement, existing trust not affected, tribal ordinance or customs enforced, attorney appointed by state in civil actions. I'm sorry, that isn't going to do any good against a private claim by a private man in an individual capacity, because you can't just use an attorney for blanket civil actions. You have to have a board of directors hire an attorney for each civil event. Concurrent jurisdiction over lands and waters dedicated to national park purposes. So is that post office a national park purpose? Where's that one at? Session or retrocession of federal jurisdiction. Iowa English language reaffirmation. Oh, there's that plain writing in English again. See, it's just said in a different way. It's the same goddamn thing. Okay, we keep going. What is it? There's nothing in here about Missouri. Why don't... See, these are the questions I ask. So let's get back to it. Approval required. So again, if there has to be a requirement of approval, and it has to be done by Congress through the United States corporate entity, and that means it has to be condemning natural land for its land for its natural uses for commercial purposes, then what is that commercial purpose? It must be military. It must be United States military. See all these things that have to fall in line that they're not following? When I went out to get a loan for a house, did anybody realize that it was supposed to be a loan as a fish farmer? Because the land was condemned, and the only way it can be used now is as a waterway or lake, river or lake waterway. Oh, isn't that United States territory? Isn't that what they proclaim their special maritime territorial jurisdiction for? For obligations and securities of the United States, the lands that they so secured under condemnation for fish farming? An acquisition by the government of the United States of land and water, or of land or water, under Section 1.5 shall be first approved by Natural Resource Commission. There's that commission, that's the military aspect. I'm telling you, everything's military, and I'm going to show you again on Sunday night. Indigenous government versus military government. And director of the Department of Natural Resources of this state. That's directly tying it to the Environmental Protection Act. And I again tell you that, 18... damn it, I can't remember the code, but there is a code, 18 U.S. code, that says full faith and credit is given to protection orders. legislative grant, an expression of a trust, meaning that the legislation of the United States granted the states through their secession to the United States as a part of that union, meaning that the consent of the states thereby makes them trustee in the trust, and that by being undertaking a grant as a state, they must do under the consent the grant of the powers which were delegated by the United States. Therefore, they cannot supersede those powers delegated by the United States, and therefore they remain in their corporate powers. This is called piercing the corporate veil. You have no powers to do damn things unless they are corporate commercial capacities against the estate of a person, and you cannot do that against me. I don't care who created that estate legal entity. You can keep your records and you can balance it for yourself. It has nothing to do with me if I haven't given my consent. And that cannot be implied. Well, you signed an SS5. I don't give a fuck. There is hereby granted, and excuse my language, folks, I'm getting a little passionate here, so let's get back down to it. There is hereby granted to the government of the United States, so long as it shall use the same as part and for the purposes of said Upper Mississippi River Wildlife and Fish Refuge. All areas of land subject to overflow and not used for agricultural purposes or state fish hatcheries or salvage stations. Remember, I keep telling you, it's about a salvation. You have to salvage yourself. You have to recognize your station in life in order to be able to do that yourself as a redeemer unto your brothers and unto the lands. Again, under Leviticus 25, verses 23 through 25. Owned by this state within the boundaries of the said refuge. Owned by this state. Again, the state can't own it. It's only being held in the interest of the United States because that's where they get the grant, and therefore any property they hold for that grant and its purposes to extend that fucking holding to the beneficiaries of that very grant.
Keith, is this where the financial interest comes in? The financial index comes in?
Well, yeah, everybody's considered that legal entity as a resident. And so everything they do is considered a commercial transaction and not an environmental act, an act of my environment. But I assure you, every breath I take is an act of God and supersedes any signature by a fucking pen. I know much better now, and I'll be damned if I'm going to sign any document you want to create and not make sure I assess its true value in accordance with a public accommodation. Because I am not the public. That's the difference, is being able to distinguish the effects of that pen in commerce via a person and an entitlement to something. It's all so got everybody screwed up in it.
You know, when you said the word Missouri, I heard misery, like in you know, people who've gone through agony of different things happening in their life. And so I also internally heard within myself that agony where people are going to try to do anything to relieve themselves to be able to be free. And that's what I heard. And now I understand more, even more about the salvation that you're talking about. I yield.
Yeah, it's that thing about don't let a man, you can let a man shackle your body, but don't let a man shackle your mind. That's some line from Roots, Kunta Kinte speaking to his daughter when she was trying to learn how to read the Bible. He thought it was a good thing. He was trying to just express to her, don't ever let them learn that you know the Bible. Learn it all you need, but understand it for what it is. Don't let them shackle your mind. So it says, as the same may be established from time to time under authority of said act of Congress. It has to they have to communicate with Congress in any acquisition of anything. Again, because it's a military code. It's for military purposes. And it has to be for the military and its use and its protection. Applicability of statute. Section 1.4 shall apply to all lands acquired under sections 1.5 and 1.7. So when we go to 1.5, it says federal fish and game refuge. Again, that's the upper Mississippi River Valley river wildlife and fish refuge, and that means the waterway and the lands appurtenant that can't be agriculturally used. You know, the steep lands of all the water runoffs, the gullies and things like that. Okay? That's what it's talking about there. And 1.7, it has to be a grant under Congress. Okay? And that's for acquisition of lands by United States. And it's United States for its purposes would only be commercial. Which again is military, has to be military. Military is the one that runs everything, even the commercial system, the financial system is run by the military. Again, we'll see that Sunday night. So, 1.9 starts talking about national forests. Here's where we get into the land thing. The consent of the state of Iowa is hereby given to the acquisition by the United States by purchase, gift, or condemnation with adequate compensation. And again, it's not the state that can condemn. It's only the United States that can condemn it. And it has to be for their use. And it has to be granted by them. And the state must consent. So by process, the state can present an acquisition, but it has to be to Congress for military use and purposes and no other. And in that proposition, if they claim to make that acquisition of abandoned property, they must show that the property is abandoned. Or if they do it as against a private right of ejectment, wherein they have to eject the people that are on that land in order to so use it for military use, there must be compensation under the 5th and 4th Amendments. Period. Of such lands in Iowa as in the opinion, not the law, not the enactment, not the anything else, the policy, but the opinion of the federal government may be needed for the establishment, consolidation, and extension of national forests, or for the establishment and extension of wildlife. This we're going to talk about here in a minute when it comes to the other things that we just noticed as it relates to Indians, fish and game refuges, and for other conservation uses in the state. In the state. And may exercise jurisdiction thereover, but not to the extent of limiting the provisions of the laws of this state. So again, it's the provision of the laws of this state, and those provisions were made, again, under consent of the state when they ceded their jurisdiction to the United States to make such laws to then grant to the state, again, under that very consent. This section shall not in any manner or to any extent modify, limit, or affect the title and ownership of the state to all wildlife. So if they had a title of ownership to wildlife, let alone all wildlife, do you think that would have been conscripted prior to any laws and they would be able to have that title to show? Because I don't think any title exists. This section shall not, in any manner or to any extent, modify, limit, or affect the title and ownership of the state to all wildlife. Do you suppose as soon as that bear out in that northern California cave gives birth to a baby cub or two, do you think the state has a claim on it? Do you think the state's going to give out an enumeration at birth and create a birth certificate claiming a title, some kind of entitlement in that person? You see how ridiculous this is, folks? They can't make such a claim. Right before us, we have a false claim. If you read the language, who the fuck gives them title over one of God's creatures, whether it be a man or another form of an animal? As provided in section 481A.2, provided that the state of Iowa shall retain a concurrent jurisdiction with the United States in and over lands so acquired so far that civil process in all cases and such criminal process may issue under the authority of the state of Iowa against any person charged with the commission. In other words, they have to be in their military capacity of person, so enumerated as a franchise of the United States, a military entity, saying that by carrying a license or identification, you are some kind of an officer of that United States. And again, it is only the person that is charged, and that is the documentation, the record thereof, not you. Of any
So,
crime.
Brother Keith, is the presentment that they're talking about the presentment that these persons have taken an oath, also are licensees, and these are the presentment, and only way that these presentment can be done is through indictments to a grand jury, to grand jury courts?
Technically, that's the way it's supposed to happen.
Okay.
But again, these are probated courts operating in corporate capacity, and everybody that goes into those courts of a corporation somewhere, a trustee, a member of the board of directors, giving directions, and they're not acting like so. So the next point goes to that very issue, which is charged with commission of any crime without or within said jurisdiction. That's that identification again. May be executed thereon in like manner as if this law had not been passed. So let's take a look at 32 CFR 1602.4, again, showing you that there is military jurisdiction in all cases, as it says here. Again, this is national defense, wherein the states ceded their jurisdiction for that national defense, the protection of inland landlocked states for the admiralty jurisdiction protections of a naval force, and thereby in equal exchange, they provide the land armies in exchange for the naval protections. This is why it is a terrible idea to take away the land armaments from the people under the Second Amendment and try to restrict them in any manner. The forefathers knew about the landlocked state situation, and again, that is why they went through the Civil War, is to prevent the slave trades, and then of course come up with the 14th Amendment citizen that enslaved everybody through their indoctrination of an idiot public education. So let's read
So
this
then it
real
also
short.
seems like, Keith, that the only way that these courts can have jurisdiction over persons is they have to be court martials, and they have to be in a military sense, not private men or women.
Correct, and that's what this here says. Even you ladies, that they're taking you to court. Remember, that's an administrative court, and they ain't supposed to be touching you or children in a welfare system. Welfare system is for women and children, not for men. And it's the military that's designed for men to protect those very women and children. So even the military courts, the admiralty courts with that maritime flag, they ain't supposed to be dragging women in there. And women, you ain't supposed to be partaking in those either, even in the corporate capacity. Again, it's a military affront. 1602.4, Area Office, the Selective Service Office, which is responsible for all administrative and operational support for the one or more local boards within its jurisdiction. Whose jurisdiction do you think they're talking about here? Do you think they're talking about the administrative or operational jurisdiction? No, they're talking about all administrative and operational jurisdictions within its jurisdiction, no matter what board is operating it or administrating it. They're claiming military jurisdiction over everything, in rem, in personam, on the land, in your blood, everything. This is why it's important to demand the birthright. You were born of the land, just soli. You were born of the blood, just so sanguinis. You're not born of the military. So let's look at the offenses. Power is hereby conferred upon the Congress of the United States. So who, again, conferred that power? And where is that power conferred from today? See, when Congress walked out Sindai, the power that was conferred upon Congress at that time was now taken over operationally and administratively by invading forces, and that's not something bad. The invading forces were merely the corporate forces that came in under a military capacity and said, okay, we're going to start operating everything as a military because you won't act like one yourself and protect this mighty and wonderful nation.
Where is this area office, though? Do you think, Keith?
The National Guard. Every community at the county level has a National Guard. Why do you think they call it National Guard?
Okay.
If it was the Army and it was the national point in the local area, they'd call it the National Army. They don't. It's not the National Marines. It's not the National Airport or Air Force. It's the National Guard. Who guards everything? Well, that'd be anybody in the military forces. So it says, power is hereby conferred upon the Congress of the United States to pass such laws and to make or provide for the making of such rules. Again, they can't make law. Only the people can come together in a republic and make the law. And that's common law, the law of the land, and not corporate law. The corporate law is already structured, and so it's for making such rules of both civil and criminal nature, because again, the people don't have a criminal law as per the common law to hang somebody if they commit murder. It's all done by a invading force after Congress walked out Sindai, and provide punishment therefore as in its judgment may be necessary, again, it's necessary, for the administration, control, and protection of such lands, as may be from time to time acquired by the United States, and under the provisions of this law. See, the United States can't acquire any land outside of a state. And it's only, this is the circular loop, and it's only by and through in this state, of every state, and by the consent of those states, can the United States supposedly acquire lands. But the only lands they can acquire is that which is condemned of its agricultural use for fish farming. Look in your search engine, folks. Punch in your search engine, fish farms in the United States. And it's going to give you all kinds of information, but you're not going to find any fish farms in the United States. Except maybe one. I think there was one at one time. And you'll find, interestingly enough, it was in Washington, D.C.
So Keith, again, the other question that I have, when you have this area that you're talking about of fences, when they're talking about those fences, are they talking about those police powers under Title 10 of the Labor Code?
Well, yeah, to collect public revenue and taxes. And again, if you're going to use flash them some kind of resident ID or driver's license, they're saying that you're an officer among the ranks and that they have superiority over you because you gave them such ID as a res ident. You have the res, you have the thing, you have the property. You are identifying the thing through persons.
You know what I find another thing I find interesting, Wizard, is that CBOE is regulated by the Security and Exchange Commission.
Yes, they're making offers.
Listen to this. It's the Chicago Board of Trade, which was established in April of 1848. It's one of the world's oldest future and options exchange. Let me click on that. A future exchange or future market is a central financial exchange where people can trade standardized future contracts, which is highlighted in blue, defined by the exchange, future contracts and derivative contracts to buy or sell specific quantities of a commodity or financial instrument at a specific price, with delivery set at a specific time in the future.
And that was
remember, in her email, that CBOE was with the clerk of the county clerk.
Right, and the whole premise here, folks, again, what was 1846? This was the coming to of the age of the end of slavery, as they called it. And what were they doing? They were trying to set future commodities exchange rate, of which they couldn't regulate the slave trade because it was so vast. At that time, slaves were considered a commodity. And as each man determined his own value for each man in the slave trade to do a particular task, it came about his own willingness to bid on them and nothing else. And so they couldn't include slaves in the commodity. Guess what? You've been included. It's the 14th Amendment. Okay? Again, if you do your historical research, you'll find out that Civil War was about the southern ports of Louisiana to extend across that mighty landlocked area northwest of what we know of Louisiana today. And that was simply because of the vast Barbary slave trade going in through that southern port. Much easier to go through the southern port than the northern port. Who do you think was missing out on the slavery?
Well, do you think those CBOEs were taking advantage of these small town county clerks?
I think some of them are taking advantage of everybody, and that there's a large, vast majority of people that just don't comprehend it. And if we can fix that one issue,
Oh,
just it's
yeah.
my right to express myself. I'm not a resident. Why? This, and this. I'm not a United States citizen. Why? This, and this. How do I act without that? You don't. It's a usufruct. You use it accordingly. You give it back to them and give them an instruction of how they're supposed to use it.
Again, Brother Keith, what I'm seeing in my mind's eye right now, when you were talking about the waterways, and we talk about this large body of water we call the Mississippi, and in some places they've said it's the Nile, and it's the damming of the Nile. And if you look at the word reservoir, it's like reserve. So they've created these dams and these reservoir to cut off certain areas for the water to be able to flow freely from the lands. And
That's
that's
what
what I
damming
feel
is
in
all
my
about,
sight.
and it's destroying the waterways. The waterways are meant to flow naturally and have their own vertical currents and turn up the soils at the edges and change courses so that they can turn up those soils repeatedly and bring out those vital nutrients into the plant growth that's using that very water system. And
So it
Rebel 2
sounds
Studio,
right, because it
hold
sounds
on,
like
hold
a
on,
base.
hold on. Rebel 2 Studio, oh, there you go. Okay. Sorry, it said device not connected. At first, it wasn't connecting. Greetings, brother. Go ahead, Iman.
It sounds like a basin was created and lands were filled in, and then water was poured in there to to um to block off this running away of the waterways where where the lands to be separated. And that's where
Right,
I think the separation has come in between the lands and the people. I
right,
yield.
and technically, any kind of natural spring or even a spring you make is a waterway. And guess what? You have jurisdiction extending from that same waterway on that land. You get to irrigate that land with the water. This is how important this water jurisdiction is, and the ability to understand what water itself is when it comes to contracts. Okay, so let's get back into it. As it talks about the Keokuk Cemetery and Knoxville Hospital assumption of jurisdiction. Now, this is that enumeration at birth where the state has an assumption of a creation of a state vital statistic jurisdiction, which is exclusive to the individual that is so enumerated and established in a legal name when one is born. That's an assumption of a jurisdiction by a hospital who creates a birth certificate, and we are talking about a death certificate, so that once one was buried, a story about them can be told or augmented. And this is why it's so important to understand these land jurisdictions and inherently our ability to redeem the land and our brethren so that we can rightfully assert our passing on to our back to our creator who originally created us when we were born, pulling in full circle his story and our involvement in it. So it says at the time of the return of jurisdiction over lands occupied by the Veterans Administration Hospital located in Knoxville, Marion County, Iowa, and the Keokuk National Cemetery. Again, it's a national cemetery. And again, when you go through that enumeration at birth, what they're doing at the county level is establishing a burial trust, so that when a burial transfer is created through that death certificate, they can take the body, no matter where it's at, and return it to its original jurisdiction where it was born. Do you understand this concept? Prodigal son, if you can't return on your own, then we'll return you for you. It's just trying to fulfill the prodigal son issue after your death to give you a proper burial. But if you are already on this path and you have your own private lands, you don't bury your people in public cemeteries. You bury them on your lands. This is what they're trying to prevent. Okay. And the Keokuk National Cemetery at Keokuk, notice here it says at Keokuk, not in Keokuk. What's this? See, now we have to understand what this in Lee County, Iowa, and it's in the state of Iowa. Okay. By the Administrator of Veteran Affairs of the state of Iowa. The state of Iowa assumes criminal and civil jurisdiction on both grounds in the same manner as provided in 1.4. So again, we see that identification placating that you're part of that residency, and therefore the county at its will, the municipality at its will, the state at its will, and the nationality at its will can come collect on what any one of them claims as a debt. What are they trying to acquire as that debt? 1.12 jurisdiction of Indian settlement. Well, if it was settled, then why are they on? Why are they in concentration camps? Again, if they're settled as being part of this wildlife and fisheries protection thing, as being wild to the wild in their nature to the lands before these lands were so discovered by Columbus, and that's been settled. Why are you confining them to certain lands? See, this is indicative that the states have claimed lands all the way outside of those concentration camps. Go ahead, brother.
Well, you know what else? I keep going back to those two things before the government and nonprofit, the GSAFB. Is it possible? Because I find it odd that CBOE is with the clerk, and then when you find out who that is, it's about the commodities and the raw materials. So, is
Right.
it possible? Because I know those two things are tied to leases in interpretation of financial shit.
That
So, is it possible that these offices are leased out to these people in these local governments and municipalities?
the identification is the lease agreement. It's showing that there's a lease agreement.
Well,
Okay.
right, but somebody's got some
So
powers to do that trade, though.
you
Where's the swap?
you
Just do the
un-
paperwork.
understand the swap.
Yeah, yeah, I got you.
Understand
Well,
the swap so that when it's swapped, there's equal consideration so that it comes back to you. Listen, customer agrees to make third-party payment for the enumerated person named in the contract, so long as it's understood that that credit is given to the customer's account. So when I go in and I pay with Federal Reserve notes, understand this concept, people. I walk in with Federal Reserve notes with that kind of agreement. They get the credits or the Federal Reserve notes. That's a promise to pay. Okay, I used it to obtain money, property, labor, or services on credit. By directing them, that customer agrees to make third-party consumer payment so long as it's understood that credit is given to the customer's account. Now, 12 U.S.C. 813, a definition that is reconfirmed in 12 CFR 204.2, I believe. And it says, definition, deposit means The unpaid balance of money or its equivalent received or held by a bank or savings association in the usual course of business and for which it has given or is obligated to give credit, either conditionally or unconditionally. So all you have to do is place the condition in there first and foremost. Down here it says, any such account or instrument must be regarded as evidencing the receipt of the equivalent of money when credited or issued in exchange for checks or drafts or for a promissory note. That's that Federal Reserve note that you paid them. So it's the equivalent of money when credited or issued in exchange, upon which the person obtaining any such credit or instrument is primarily or secondarily liable. If I'm not liable on the instrument for the person named in the instrument, then who is? You have to give them the directive. It's the person that's liable. So in exchange for that liability, I am releasing the liabilities in exchange for the credit. It's a lease agreement already. You're going to release it to someone else. That's why I did not sign that documentation walking out of jail that said release paperwork. I did not know how to qualify that release. Everything is a lease agreement. Understand this. That's as simple as it gets. You do not have to worry about what their job is or anything. It's just a release. So release it. Here, I'm going to hand it over to you. Now, they have the obligation. But in that obligation, they're released of the liability by giving a direction of how to release that liability. Just do your job. Here's your payment. I get credit. You get credit. It's taken out of this account. And when they get that directive and it goes through that automatic system, they say, oh, wow, just like our brother stated earlier. He gave them a directive. It went through. Funny enough, today, just over an hour ago, he gets confirmation that it's zero balance. Thank you. That's all we're doing. And notice it goes on to say, or other instruments forwarded. See, we're not supposed to be implying that we're the transfer agent. We're only supposed to qualify them for our capacity and then forward them to a transfer agent with that letter of directive and that letter of credit. In other words, some kind of certificate with that instrument that they gave us as a bill with a letter of instruction. Here you go. Forwarded, and we're allowed to transfer it because we are the holder in due course as so qualified through the signature telling you I'm just a benefactor. He gave it to me. I was authorized to use this number or this name or whatever. Here you go. Number in lieu of a name and address. Why do I have to give you an name and address? I'm giving you the actual instrument with a certificate and a directive. You don't need to know where I live. I gave you all the information qualified. I gave you all the national documentation you are required to have to operate this. That's all we've got to understand. We don't have to keep doing all this secured party creditor stuff and all this other fancy stuff. Understand how the trust operates, what those duties are, and how you're supposed to release them. Very important term. It is a lease. Everything's a lease. So let's get back to it. The state of Iowa hereby assumes jurisdiction over civil cases of actions between Indians and other persons. So let's recognize that persons and Indians are the same thing. It's an incorporated capacity as a franchise, people. Now, do you ask yourself again, or I want you to ask yourself again, if you haven't already, at least ask the first time, what are those? Are those Indian reservations or are they concentration camps? Keeping track of persons.
I'm thinking they are concentration camps because I think they lose the word slavery to enslave the mind, but they're prisoners of war because we've
Absolutely.
been in a contracted war for a very long time. I yield.
Yep. And it says, continue, continuing on, to which Indians, I'm going to move, unless you got something to say, Rebel.
Yeah, I wanted to say that, I've learned from Sovereign Living channel just recently that as a U.S. citizen, you are considered a slave. Every law that they have created, or what they call laws, doctrines, all the regulations and all that,
Right.
case law, statutes, they're all corporate laws.
Yep.
They're under color of law that is corporate law. And so
Yeah,
everyone's a slave when you claim to them that you're a U.S. citizen. When you fill anything out, because there is nothing that you have contracted through the government with that will claim you as a U.S. citizen. You have to claim to them that you're a U.S. citizen, and then they got you. This is how they get us. And this is how they entrap us and all this other crap that they do. But if we claim to be we the people born in America, and you get some people don't believe in the passport, but the passport gets you out of being a U.S. citizen. And you claim yourself living in America when you put the country that you live in, because you don't live in the United States. And so then you take yourself out of there. And you you copyright protect your name, and then it takes you out of their system because they can't use your name against you.
Well, and you can just create a trust, and that's see again, a corporate act has to go through a trust first. All contracts operate under a trust, and so when you learn to create your own trust, and again direct all transactions through that trust. So that it's and make sure it's tied with the general ledger in some way, so that there's a second outside party, and you're not operating in what they call a standalone bank situation. You have to allow them to use the banking construct to pass the instruments, and in that passing, you're a holder in due course. But just understand that capacity so that when you pass them, you can qualify. And again, like I said, through that qualification of signature and letter of instruction or whatever, however you choose to do it. And there are many ways you can do different things. So just learn what process you're going to use and make sure it's due, so that at the end of the day, everybody's released of their obligations. It's done and over with. It's no longer a reissue of the same goddamn shit.
Oh, when people talk about these passports, am I wrong in thinking that a man really doesn't have to put out anything in public?
Well, why
And
would he?
follow
Again, that
right.
public
That's what I
venue.
mean. That's what I'm getting
Again,
at.
that
I mean, I don't.
that public venue, folks, is just a military tracking venue. It's a statistical, logistical venue. That's it.
Their IDs that all caps name UCC 1-201. He's talked about it. That's what entraps you also when you say, yes, that's my name. In court, anywhere. You claim that name, you're a U.S. citizen, you're a corporation, and you're under all their corporate laws, or so-called laws. They're just corporate crap.
My perception and outlook is, feel free to track me, because again, I'm a stranger and sojourner with him. So feel free to make sure that when you recognize me, you also recognize him. Every port. Every last one of you fucking bitch-ass slaves.
And I agree with
you. Excuse my passion.
150%.
But that's exactly where I'm getting at. It's John 8, verses 14 through 20. Read them, understand them. That if your brother doesn't recognize you as an image and likeness, and he has cause to question that, then he damn well better have a good fucking cause. Otherwise, he's questioning God, don't you think? Excuse me again for my passion, folks. But it goes on to say, to which Indians or other persons are parties arising within the Sac and Fa Indian settlement in Tama County. The civil laws of this state, denoting civil laws being contracts of statutes, again, 48 CFR 52.212-5, contract terms and conditions required to implement statutes or executive orders, commercial items, commercial services, and that is under the federal acquisitions regulations. So again, it's merely a military commercial acquisition, and these are terms and conditions applied to people that have succumbed to that enslavement. And again, that 14th Amendment didn't do anything but further enslave everybody in their mentality. Of this state shall obtain on the settlement and shall be enforced in the same manner as elsewhere throughout the state. Civil laws of this state shall obtain on the settlement and shall be enforced in the same. So they're saying the state laws apply on those reservations. Therefore, they did just concentrate a bunch of dummies in one place. And I apologize if anybody's out there of that native tongue or native indigenous thing. Again, it's not meant as an insult. I've been a bitch ass slave all my motherfucking fool ass life too. Just comes time to recognize it.
I just want to say we've been slaves, and slavery never ended, even for the black people, because if slavery had ended, this is something people need to think about. If slavery did end under the government, they would have ended all the case laws that they created to use to enslave blacks with. Instead, they enslaved us all under all of that, and then created more under black crime, and then enslaved us all even more. So slavery never ended. It just got extended.
Absolutely, and that's what I'm saying. It just what they did was they created a fictional overlay in the minds of men, and that took over. And it was easy to do. They gave them all kinds of conveniences. Guess what? You guys can be involved in these contracts and futures options just like the big dogs. Yippee yahoo! And Kara, all glory goes to him. And yeah, it comes to understanding the life experiences I've been through. I've been through a lot, all up and down the scale. Again, you don't want to be my friend, and if you ever are, there's so many things you will learn because of what I've been through already. All glory goes to him. So let's get back into it. And it says existing trusts not affected. So let's understand the existing trust first and foremost. Every word of God is pure. It is a shield unto he who put their faith in, or trust in God. That's the trust. And that's the comprehension that the word of God itself is pure. Owe no man anything but to love one another, for that is to fulfill the law. So if we want to fulfill the law again by loving each other, we redeem each other through that love in Leviticus 25 verses 23 through 25, making sure that at all times we are sojourning with him. And that's where we get our power of redemption, both for the land and our brethren in those lands, even if they're natives, even if they're coloreds, even if they're Spaniards, even if they're Barbaries. All of that stuff is the fictional ad hominems. In truth, we are all children of God, children of the creation, children of the Most High, children of life. If we were children of death, we'd be born dead, and that's what that record reflects, and that's what everybody's acting on, yet there is no way that these courts are supposed to operate without that death certificate. Oops. Another impossibility, huh, folks? When they're acting against an individual being, there's supposed to be a death certificate to probate an estate in person. These people are supposed to know this law, and this is a simplicity of law. Yet here we are. Nobody wants to walk around professing their will while talking about free will and supposedly professing that they're so free, they have all this freedom, and flashing that goddamn ID and fucking money and diamonds and gold. Pathetic. So anyway, it says, go ahead.
I just happened to look up, as you were talking, the word direction kept popping up in my head. And if you break it up, it'll break up into a 3-part syllable: direct and shun. And when I looked up the word T-I-O-N, um, right underneath it, it talks about the word forming of elements. Then underneath that, it talks about starvation. Then underneath that, it talks about script, small pieces of paper with writing on it. Those are the scripts, those military scripts. And then it talks about coercion and coerce. So you can look it up yourself. I yield.
Well, and when we come to that term direction, that comes from direct. So it's not the T-I-O-N. Okay, understand this first and foremost. It comes from D-I hyphen R-E-C-T, if that's the way you want to look at it in English grammar. So it's direct. Rect meaning straight or rule or law. So when you direct the transfer, what you're doing is you're straightening out the transfer by straightening out the language, which is the limitation of their jurisdiction. It's their twisted language. So if you want to go straight, you direct and go straight through their twisted language. You cut out all the twists and make it a straight path.
Exactly. But when I think about the TION part or the SION part, I'm seeing that it's belonging to a base of something, something that's attached to a base.
Right. Yes. In that sense, this is what I explain you with your talents and your mobility. You have a hip, and your hip has two bones that have 4 holes in it. They're called the holy bones, the sacral bone. Okay. Now your hips give you rise. Your hips and your knees give you rise, and you're stationed in one spot. You're standing in one spot. And your talons, which are your toes, just like an eagle has talons, your talons, which is your talents of direction. You get to move one direction or another. That's your talent. Your talents as people is your movement, your mobility, and how you move. You can do it physically or spiritually. And in that spiritual element of following your own spirit, your physical mobility will prove to others by your actions your true spiritual intent. You can walk a straight path, or you can be all curved and twisted and directed with that babble language.
I do want to ask you.
Fork in the road. Which line are you going to choose in the fork in the road? Are you going to go left or are you going to go right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Go ahead, bro.
When I made a couple of comments to you yesterday. Did you get them about 18 U.S. Code 247 and 18 U.S. Code 2701? They both go with 18 U.S. Codes 241 and 242. I also sent you one on the Lieber Code. I don't know if you talked about it. I think you did. But yeah, that's the one, only the military can seize people's property and arrest people. So if these police out here can do that, that automatically makes them military police, because peace officers aren't supposed to have the authority that the military has. They're ordained as peace officers when they sign the contract to be a peace officer. There's nothing on their contracts that says that they're a law enforcer or a police or cop.
Right, and that's that dual jurisdiction. Okay. So it says nothing in sections 1.12 to 1.15 shall authorize the alienation, encumbrance, or taxation of any real or personal property, including water rights, belonging to any Indian or Indian tribe, band, or community that is held in trust by the United States. So again, I want to ask you, can they deny you personal property, real or personal property, including water rights or land rights, as it relates to that internationally protected person, the United States citizen, granted to you as a gift, as a franchise of the very corporate entity, so that you could help acquire lands? But the promise here again is that you would acquire those lands for the United States. Okay? So there's the fallacy that you've already violated, Leviticus 25, verse 23, that you buy and sell land. So again, who's eligible for a real estate loan in 7 U.S. Code 1921? Persons eligible for a real estate loan. I don't care if you are fish farming or if you're.
Now, I heard that in the Bible it states that no man shall sell any land, for it is God's land.
Right, that's Leviticus 25, verse 23.
Okay, because I didn't know which one that was. It was
it says the land shall not be sold forever, for it is mine, and ye are strangers and sojourners with me. So we've been growing up all our life in these real estate processes, believing that we can buy and sell the land as good Catholics or Christians or whatever. And this is something that that we have to comprehend, that we've been so misled on. Just the same with the unum sanctum that the Pope claims, the souls of all living men. How can he make such a claim if there's a Bible verses that state otherwise? Fear not, for I have redeemed thee. On that very same subject of redeeming, fear not, for I have redeemed thee. I have called thee by thy name. Thou art mine. So again, in that very redemption process, it's when we go forth trying to buy and sell these things, it shows that we don't understand those scriptures and how to operate with this commercial system as to be able to benefit. And that's why it's being used against us, because of our own miscomprehension. If we fix that, then the use of it is to our benefit, because that's what we're fixing, is our ability to make it useful and beneficial for us.
Yeah, I will say though that a lot of people ain't going to like that, because if you're not under God supposed to sell your land, and you want to leave and move somewhere, you just have to leave it behind, and someone else could just take it up and dwell.
No, you
in it
don't.
and everything
You don't.
else.
No, you don't. You can specifically make a grant for its intended use. See, people want to keep talking about these property rights and this and that. And I'm telling you again, folks, it's not about owning anything. It's about using it and how you use it. So when you get done with a piece of land, if you feel like your inheritors won't use it properly, you can grant it to somebody else that already has maybe a community going, and help extend their community for its proper use. See, I don't have any heirs. So I have to find somebody else other than myself, if I'm able to acquire such lands, to turn around and pass it on for its use, so that it doesn't sit there as an abandoned claim, so that people do know this is God's land and this is being used for God's purposes. And every breath we take is an act of God in stewardship of that land. We are the wildlife fisheries protectors.
I do want to say though that when it comes to the IRS, as it states in the Constitution, that they only have the right to tax those who claim to be U.S. citizens, but to be a U.S. citizen, you have to actually swear an oath to protect the U.S. Constitution to become a U.S. citizen. I watched a little bit of a case where a guy in courts that said straight up, to be a U.S. citizen, you have to swear an oath to the U.S. Constitution. So they've got us all fooled and thinking that we're U.S. citizens when we're born in a supposed state, and so, but your birth certificate doesn't even claim you as a U.S. citizen. So you're not, unless you turn around and claim to be. And they're only supposed to do the taxation within that 10-mile square, unless you're in America as a U.S. citizen. Then they go and get you in America, but only as a U.S. citizen.
Right, and that's because of the national documentation and the misinterpretation of how that works. So it goes on, that is held in trust by the United States or is subject to a restriction against alienation imposed by the United States. This is the restriction against alienation is at needful places and buildings. So again, they have to acquire it for the military use and safety and operation, and that has to be imposed through Congress, which is a commercial entity, a corporate entity. That's why they have to remunerate the people that they take lands from. Or shall authorize regulation of the use of such property in a manner inconsistent with any federal treaty. So you can't use it against its nature. Yet that's exactly what they do, is placate that because it's needed for commercial use through urban and housing and urban development, that's HUD. They place restrictions on it as insurance that the commercial operations that are going to be conducted on that will no longer or will hurt the environment no further than it already is by putting a concrete scab on it. Agreement or statute, again, showing that their implementation is commercial still, or with any regulation made pursuant thereto, or shall confer jurisdiction upon the state to adjudicate in probate proceedings or otherwise. They're telling you that's what they operate in probate proceedings. The civil jurisdiction is a probate proceeding. It's relative to the documentation. The ownership or right to possession of such property or any interest therein, and your greatest interest therein is its use in the usufruct system, which already has protections both for its use under wildlife and fisheries, as animal includes but is not limited to man, and therefore includes also the protections, international protections of that man's persons. Tribal ordinances or customs enforced, or customs. Any tribal ordinance or custom heretofore or hereafter adopted by the governing council of the Sac and Fox Indian Settlement in Tama County in the exercise of any authority which it may possess shall, if not inconsistent with any applicable law of the state, be given full force and effect in the determination of civil causes of action pursuant to sections 1.12 to 1.15. And I'll have to remind you that in one of the treaties, one of the I can't remember which one stated it, but it was the sale of lands from the Indian nation to the United States. And one of them got smart and said, well, if they want to buy it, you know, I think that's pretty ingenious. Go ahead. We'll go ahead and let you buy it. Because if they think that the land belongs to the people, they're screwed, because it's the people that belong to the land. Okay? So even the natives recognize that in their customs. It's just not written down. See, that's that thing about storytelling time, telling stories of our fathers and the legacy. It was known throughout all legacies that the people belonged to the land. It wasn't until these colonizers came along and said, oh no, people can own the land. Better think twice. Attorney appointed by state in civil actions. Okay. In all civil causes of action where the state of Iowa or any of its subdivisions or departments is a party, and a member of the Sac and Fox Indian Settlement is a party, the District Court of Iowa shall appoint competent legal counsel at all stages of hearing, appeal, and final determination for any Indian not otherwise represented by legal counsel. So again, the Sac and Fa Indian settlement is a party. This is the same conflation that is being taken upon with the concept that you are claiming United States citizenship and residency. When you make that claim, you are saying that you are a party and therefore the state has its jurisdiction. And therefore they're going to take over the civil actions. And in those civil actions, even though they're equitable, they're not going to give you equity because you're still operating on the thing as if though you own it. It's not a matter of the thing and whether you own it. It's not a matter of the person and whether it's yours or not. It's a matter of the thing itself, its true definition, and what you're doing with it. And so if you, as a franchise, acting in the same capacity as the Sac and Fa Indian settlement, as an individual, which means the singular imports the plural and the plural imports the singular. Even if you're individually acting, you're acting in a corporate capacity as though you've got a board of directors of multiple people that can make decisions. And that's not so. You may have the full powers to make all those decisions yourself, but you don't have a corporate entity, or are you operating it correctly? Because if you were, again, you'd be qualifying the signature by letting them know whose entity it is and why you're using it, and the capacity of that use as a benefit only. Here's a device that has a name and a number on it. That number is widely recognized, commercially identifiable number. I can give in lieu of the name and address as a ship to party, the beneficiary or benefactor to the beneficiary as the last mile, the end of the line to receive the benefit itself. In any domestic relationship, or in any domestic relations matter. So again, you have to be party to it. You have to be one of those officers. Under Rule 17 of the Federal Rules of Civil Procedure, look at the title, and in plain writing it says, plaintiff and defendant, semicolon, capacity, semicolon, public officer. You have to be involved in some kind of public policy contract, whether it be implemented by statute or executive order, for one acquisition or another in an equal exchange of such acquisition. Including but not limited to matters pertaining to subject matter to dependency, neglect, delinquency, care, or custody of minors. These are the two big ones. Custody of minors, that's a minor account that you're operating under, that you've been given authority to. That person, that's a minor, that person named in the instrument where the liability is. That's the minor. And it's all for community care, for your safety, you know. The court shall fix and allow reasonable compensation for the services of the attorney, cost of the transcripts and depositions. They depositioned you, and there's a cost to it, but you never assessed that cost for them dispositioning you. And that deposition, that's like a deposit. Remember our definition of deposit? So just because it's a deposit doesn't mean it's a TIONS. It's a deposit IONS. An investigative expense. Expense. Remember that gate I was telling you about? It's a gate. And they invested in that open gate. You left a gate open, and now all kinds of minors can run out, in and out, and they're going to capture all those minors that they're running out. Say, oh, guess what we found? We're going to adopt it. Boom. Which shall be paid as a claim out of any funds. Funds is an interesting term that we're going to go over someday. in the state treasury not otherwise appropriated. Upon filing the claim with the Director of the Department of Administrative Services, the court shall fix and allow reasonable compensation for services of the attorney, cost of transcripts and depositions, and investigative expense. I spent 7 years investigating this stuff. I could put a value to that, which shall be paid as claim out of any funds in the state treasury not otherwise appropriated. That's that unearned income credits and those insurance credits that are sitting in their abandon attached to the estate. Upon filing the claim with the Director of the Department of Administrative Services. So I can do this. Again, remember, folks, this is uniform. The law is uniform throughout all jurisdictions. So in the process that I need to or provide an equivalent process for is to fix and allow reasonable compensation for my services and investigative expenses just by shewing forth my knowledge. I don't have to make accusations. I don't have to make any false claims or anything. The only claim is to fix the record. And that claim is that I'm the one that entered in the data elements errantly. Now that I recognize that, I'd like to redraw that or withdraw what was stated and reassess and reevaluate and have things redirected where they're supposed to be. The credits are already there, folks. Again, 116, concurrent jurisdiction over lands and waters dedicated to national park purposes. Now we're going to get into the land part, huh? Concurrent legislative jurisdiction, the letter of the law, the intent of the law, over crimes and offenses under the laws of the state of Iowa is ceded to the United States over and within all lands and waters within the state dedicated to national park purposes. So again, the state doesn't have any United States jurisdiction over any lands unless it's a national park. So dedicated by the United States. And again, by consent only. The concurrent jurisdiction, in other words, all those other properties that they're supposedly making a claim to are just merely abandoned properties that they've made a claim on, and nobody's making a proper claim to remove it from that abandonment. Hey, you can't claim that as abandoned property and then try to condemn it for private use or commercial use. How are you making a claim to that land? How are they going to claim the land? Leviticus 25:23 says the land shall not be sold forever. Well, we bought it. Really? What'd you buy then? If the land can't be sold forever, and the law is uniform throughout all jurisdictions, and that's where they get this law, and that's why they create these paper titles so that you keep track of who's where and doing what, then do you really own the land? Again, I ask these questions for a purpose. Second, the concurrent jurisdiction ceded by Section 1 is vested. So it's an investment upon acceptance by the United States by and through its appropriate officials, Congress, and shall continue so long as the lands and waters within the designated areas are dedicated to national park purposes. The governor of the state of Iowa is authorized and empowered to execute all proper conveyances under the appropriate officials of government or Congress communication in the session granted by this section upon request of the United States by and through its appropriate officials, not upon request of the state and its officials. You understand this? That acquisition of land
shouldn't, sorry.
Hold on, just a second. has to be first required by the United States. Therefore, they are the only ones that can inquire. The states can't acquire it and then offer it up to the United States through the government. The United States must first require it for its use militarily. Go ahead, brother.
Yeah, so the only land that they were given was the land that's Washington, D.C. And they're not supposed to own any land outside of that that's of America.
Right,
But
and that's only
they
through a
just
lease.
lay claim to it because nobody owns it. And so they just say, well, yeah, like you said, we bought it, you know, and so that way, well, okay, because we don't know any of this. But all
Right,
of this
and
is only supposed to be enforced in Washington, D.C. on that
And that-
land and nowhere else.
And that's because Washington, D.C. understand it. They don't own that land, folks. That's United States of America, and it's the people that own that land, and they are leasing it. Again, everything is a release from there. It's done in terms of lease agreements, and everything is a release. They have a liability for releasing that land from the American people. They released it back to the American people through this citizenship program that people don't understand. All you have to do is when they give you one of their documents, a government instrumentality that is supposed to be non-taxable, you release them of those liabilities. Say, okay, I agree. I'm non-taxable. You can't charge me interest. You can't charge me fines, fees, penalties, or anything. I'm releasing all liabilities back to you. Do your job. It's as simple as it gets. I'm here for the benefit, and you already received your benefit by use of my goddamned name. And it is a goddamned name because he is no respecter of persons. You want to keep using that, that's fine, but everything you profit off of that comes back to me for my value of the credence. So I can make sure it is a good work. Be careful to maintain good works. These things are good and profitable unto men. That way, when they're doing their job correctly, they will profit from them. It's just that they won't get so overly profit that they have engorged themselves off the livelihood of the women and children and stupid men. So, the state of Iowa retains concurrent jurisdiction, both civil and criminal, with the United States over all lands and waters affected by this section. So again, they're admitting that they have to deal with the United States first and foremost. That's where they got the grant and they consented to it. So therefore, they must follow the federal codes under that grant as trustees. So that again leaves the fact that if nobody's operating as the beneficiary, then who the fuck are they? And why is nobody willing to accept those parts or parties? Go ahead.
Have you heard that? Because I heard it once that all the land that their federal buildings are sitting on in America, they're actually supposed to be paying every U.S. citizen a rent check
A dividend.
renting that property.
Yep, a dividend. But see, again, everybody is considered to be military, and therefore it goes to the military department, which is the Treasury. Again, they're the ones that are supposed to be doing all the discharge and offsetting and everything, and nobody's doing it properly. So there are no dividends. We're operating in bankruptcy. Supposedly. I'll say supposedly because that growth.
That's our debt, is what they said.
Right. And that's because they go forth. I can't say that it's bankruptcy because, and this is where I argue the bankruptcy, in that they go forth every year with a gross domestic product and donate a percentage of that to the IMF. So if they're donating to the IMF, how the fuck can they be bankrupt? Understand this. Everything is a conversion through private investments. It goes straight through the commodities for your sweat equity labor. Everything's converted to a commodity right away, even your birth. 1.17 session. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say that they're, money laundering through us. We're the ones that are putting debt. That debt clock and everything, that's our debt that they put us under. So they can, do all they want. They make all this money through traffic court, 500 million, or I believe it's 500 million or 500 billion a year. And they're using that against us. And our taxes don't go towards our infrastructure as they say it does. It actually funds the war against us.
Well, yeah, it's. I don't know if it's actually a war against us. Again, that's strong language, but I will certainly admit it is a battle. Okay, and once we understand the simplicities of the battle is just separating the name from the man, and learning the different capabilities and uses of that personage in our true aspects as the man, not by ownership, but by use. We have to understand this is a use-effect system, and it's a wonderful system if we understand and correlate it to the material world here that we were given for our use. It's a grant from our Father for our use, and too many people are making a false claim. That's all we got to do is quit making the false claims. I'm not a resident. I'm a steward, and as a steward, I'm a sojourner with Him in every breath I take. What don't you understand? Every breath I take is an act of God, and therefore I try to make sure that that I'm careful to maintain good works, and that means every word I put out of my mouth is discerned as best I can at that time to be not harmful and to be able to be used for good. So when we look at this, it says cession or retrocession of federal jurisdiction by appropriate executive order. Again, acquisitions, even for a jurisdictional element, has to be implemented by contract terms and conditions through statutes and executive orders. And that's because it is a commercial issue, a commercial item. It has to do with commerce. The governor may accept on behalf of the state full or partial cession or retrocession of federal jurisdiction, criminal or civil, over any lands except Indian lands in federal enclaves. Again, that's at Article 1, Section 8, Clause 17. Needful places and buildings. The residential home is not one of those federal enclaves, but they did attach one of those federal enclaves onto it at the end of that postal road, saying that there was commercial activity as a principal place of business being performed there by the resident who was a federal, state, or municipal officer or agent who dwells there temporarily from time to time when he's not working, when he's not employed. Within the state where such cession or retrocession has been offered by appropriate federal authority. The appropriate federal authority is the similarity of language as showing that you can perform the functions of a public office by putting your legal name down with an address of a principal place of business for an officer of that public office trust. You put the presumption out there yourself. Of course, again, because you were indoctrinated to, but once again, somebody comes forth and tries to show you the difference. Again, I'm not asking you to believe me. I'm asking you to do your research so you know. Quit believing me, the neighbor, the government, your mother, for crying out loud. Quit being lazy and understand that when I'm going through this, I'm doing my work now off of work that I've already done, and I'm only asking you to do the same. Don't just sit here and watch this and say, oh, he doesn't know what he's talking about without doing your own research. You can feel free to do that if you want. It's not going to bother me. It's going to look bad on you. A man's intellect is limited and biased by his vocabulary. Learn what the words mean in different jurisdictions and understand how to apply them appropriately for yourself, first and foremost, before they get misconstrued by anybody else. An executive order accepting a cession or retrocession. So the governor can assume those jurisdictions without his qualified discretion of such proper or private lands without any reason or anything, and just say, well, I'm doing it, and then present it to the United States, but it still has to have an executive order accepting it. This is what you're doing on the other side, folks. That's all those documents that they give you. Those are under statutes and executive orders in contract form. And when they offer them to you, you are accepting them. You have to put yourself in the capacity to understand what is happening in those documents when you accept them. A cession or retrocession of jurisdiction shall be filed in the office of the Secretary of State and in the office of the Recorder of the county in which the affected real estate is located. And which the affected real estate is located, again, when they make claims on these private properties saying you owe taxes, what they're doing is saying that there are taxes owed because there's a federal, state, or municipal officer or agent who is owning that land and is therefore due to pay taxes for his principal place of business for performing the functions of public office while he's not employed in another job. That performance of functions of public office is merely signing the documents that are coming going from that mailbox, that federal jurisdiction, that federal enclave that you've attached to that private property. That's placating that presumption. So if the governor comes along and makes that acquisition of property, first and foremost, he couldn't make that acquisition. It can only be done by the requirement of the United States, and then he can go inquire it to see if it's inquirable or see if there's somebody there to determine whether he has to make them an offer that they can accept, or if it's abandoned, and he can just make the claim back to the United States and say, yeah, it's abandoned. So go ahead and make your executive order. One way or another, there's got to be a process that has to stem from the United States executive order. The state can't just go acquiring stuff and say, hey, I found this abandoned. Here, Daddy. Because that's not what happens. They have to require it first. Go ahead, brother. Well, I thought someone wanted to speak. Real quick here, I'm going to take a break and take a drink, but I want to remind everybody, please hit that like, share, and subscribe button. I appreciate everybody's support no matter what. There is a PayPal link down in the details section for anybody that would like to share some love. Again, I am still operating on a doctrine of necessity, so every little bit is appreciated. And in the meantime, enjoy the commercial break, and I'll be right back. Okay, we are back, and thank you kindly, folks. Let's see here. Yes, within the state, land owned or ceded to the United States within the outside boundaries of the state. In other words, it's talking about the state's borders and the land owned or ceded to the United States within that outside boundary of each state. So when we look up on the Bureau of Land Management map and find out the federal enclave in each state, you will find out. I think it's I think they denote that in brown, and you'll see very little brown on those maps, particularly on the eastern side of the Mississippi. Again, remember that Louisiana Purchase and the fact of the Civil War was to cut off the importation of slaves at the southern port from the Barbary trades, slave trade, because the northern wanted to enslave everybody, and they knew they weren't going to be able to do that by just changing the laws of the northern states and saying, okay, the slaves are free. Um, they had to do it through that modern.
What is it? What's the deal with the all right, game wardens? You know that they say that the game warden supposedly is above the U.S. Constitution. Just come walk in your home to find out if you've been hunting or illegally or something. Because I don't see that as being true. Because there is
No,
nothing in the U.S. Constitution that gives any of them authority to be above, or any delegated authority to be above the U.S. Constitution.
well, again, you got to understand that conservation easement is the conflation of all the jurisdictions together in one, and it's the Postal Service is an inland marine installation, and by extension, that is marine or military occupied um, land. Again, if that record is not corrected, they will go in, and it doesn't matter. They will just say, okay, well, we'll just give the jurisdiction to the game warden to go in there and get it because it's this type of issue. It's this subject matter, a gaming license. Whereas if it was a driver's license issue, they would allow the local police or the county sheriff. Um, where if it's a psychological disorder and they need to go in and get somebody under a community care matter that might be not taking their medications right or something, they might send in the white doctor. But first and foremost, for everybody's protection, of course, they're going to bring in the police. That way, if the situation needs to have to take him out, they can just take him out. No sense in wasting future medication that somebody else can be indoctrinated and enslaved with. But you know what I mean?
Well, Keith, isn't it the word game? That's the word they use when they go hunting.
Yes.
And so the way that I see it, the policy officers are the they are policing the high seas, the waterways, and they're taking men and women onto the ship.
Yes.
They're salvage lands of people, and the courtroom are the ships. And so that's where they're being salvaged until they are able to receive their duty, or what they call booty.
Right. Yeah, their reward. And yeah, that might seem the way it's operating, and that's a very good um, construing of it. But we have to remember these people do not have that in their mind when they're doing this. They might have heard a little bit here and there, but that is not what's in their mind when they're doing it. So again, strong language, but we have to realize these people were indoctrinated just as much as we were.
Exactly. And when you look at an enclave, it's land or something surrounded by land owned by another.
Right. So let's pull up. You guys know what a key is, right? Right.
Well, it would depend what kind of key you're talking about because they have
Exactly.
many keys. They have skeleton keys. They have the keys that they use to open a door. They also have keys to secret places to allow you to enter. So it all depends. What key are you talking about?
Well, it would be like a key to the Admiralty Islands. Anybody? Anybody? Key to the Admiralty Islands.
So
Key to
those
that's
Admiralty Islands are those maritime islands, those possessions, what they call insular possessions owned by the United States?
well. Let's look at that insular. When you think of that insular, you almost think about inside, right? Kind of like you just mentioned with the
Yes,
land surrounded. So there's land inside of other land. So what's a
exactly.
key?
Something encapsulated. Something encapsulated.
Yeah. So what's a key?
Yeah, that's what Washington D.C. is, a land that's surrounded by a foreign land.
So if we have a body of water that's surrounded by land, isn't that a key?
Yes, it is, just like they call the Florida Keys.
Okay, so when we're thinking about this land that has been condemned for its maritime use because it can't be used for agriculture, don't we have land that is surrounding a body of water, as in the maritime territorial jurisdictions?
Yeah, so America is the sea, the key that's around that piece of land that's supposed to be
Right,
inside of a foreign land, but they turn because I figured this out because when I found out that we're under maritime law of the sea, I figured well then America is the sea, and then we are like the ships that's coming up to them, but we're boarding or docking up to what they are, and then we have the liberty to have the privilege to ask them, can I dock up to you so we can do business or whatever? And people
correct.
got liberty uh, wrong because liberty is of admiralty law.
Right, and that's your right
Freedom
of
is what we're supposed to be under on land,
right, and
not
that's your
liberty.
right, your right of passage and portage. If you have a right of passage and portage, then how is it they require you a passport to leave? Did they
Right.
surround you with something? Greetings, Robert
Well,
Scott. How you doing tonight, brother?
well, I'm thinking the surrounding that they're talking, the land that they're calling America, at one time was called the Turtle Island. And Turtle Island, the land that they call the north portion that is circling a body of water, would be like an enclave, an insular possession.
Yeah, absolutely. What's the Gulf of Mexico look like, guys? I don't know. I'm just throwing things out. Greetings, Scott.
Well, again, it's the Gulf of Mexico. Part of it jets out into a water, into an ocean, into a watery area.
And that's
Yeah,
why I said that southern coastline was so important in the Civil War. Okay, they had a nice big big wash of land that covered that entire coastline, and they had a few small islands down the south that they could acquire through that. America could have been more than it is today, had south or different than it had been today, than it is today. Had the South acquired southern lands to cut everything off from the South, so that they could port that Barbary trade. But since
So
they were
then base
landlocked with that key, they were others were able to come down and continue that trade without them. They could the North America essentially cut them off by getting them involved in that war.
So I'm thinking, Keith, the northern part of what we call North America and to where it goes down
That
to
was
South
weird.
America. I believe what they did was created a basin and they fill that in. They put a dam in there and they fill that in. So basically, under that waterway is actually land. And that's why, when they're talking about, that's why when planes are traveling from north to south, they have to go in a linear, it looks like it's curved, but from if you're looking at an aerial view, it's a straight line, and that's where you're talking about the straight line, and you can only see it from an aerial view.
Yep, absolutely. And this is again, people understand that what we're talking about when these with these limits, they're the ones telling you the limits. And when they tell you that they have to condemn the land, and it's got to be by United States, and it's got to be through Congress, and it's got to be for specific uses by specific persons in specific places with connecting roads from those specific places to other specific places. That's the limitation.
Hey,
Now,
Keith,
now,
Keith,
go ahead.
I live in California, and my dad in high school, I was into mining. He had gold claims. He was always trying to patent them, as we call it. And now that I'm older and a little bit wiser, I've been looking into these old mining laws. And to stake a claim on the land, I don't care who, what government entity is running it. They are considered, to me anyway, this is all my opinion. They are a corpse, a fiction, so to speak. But yet we have not made claim to that land. We have not taken our child of creation, let's say, duties. We have not been takers with care. We have been caretakers. And in looking at these old mining laws, um, a real man or a living soul, let's say, I'll use myself as the example. I am able to go out and, per their rules, place a marker, and this each section would be considered 20 acres. Place in each corner, staking it basically, my claim to that land. And as long as I take with care of that land and I become the I don't know, the custodian of it, let's say,
The
I take
steward.
it
Yep.
back, the steward of that land, I take it back from the ones that, because it's my fault that I haven't taken care of this property and this land. It's not the government's. We would like to blame them, but they put everything I found in our hands. And it doesn't mean that I go and fill out their forms. I just simply stake it, and then I'm an honorable man, so I put notice to all people that I think would be involved, and including the paper, or I hang a note of what my intent and what I'm doing in the post office. That gives me control of all that. Now I take care of it, and I let my kids and others, and I show them the way to this enlightenment. Am I wrong on that? Because this just came to me
No,
yesterday.
no, I think that's actually absolutely true and correct, and I believe it. When we look at the conservation laws and stuff, it's actually in concurrence with them, and that's all we have to do is make that cooperative agreement and develop it as a cooperative trust, letting them
per,
know that,
per
hey,
their rules.
right, letting them know that not only per their rules, but because we are that steward,
Yeah,
we're
really, fuck
we're
their
doing
rules, huh?
right.
Yeah, you're
We're
right.
going to it. We're going to its natural use. So again,
Placing placing our intent, our out of tent. We're no longer in a tent,
right.
right? Placing our
It's
boundaries. As
and that's
long as we are stewards.
right, and that's why I push that thing about if you're going to do this. I think some of the best places to do it are in the desert type areas on the edges of the greenery, so you can start enhancing the watersheds that are coming down from the upper hills and stuff, and gradually greenscape the land again. You can do
Well,
some
they're stealing the water from the mountains, though. from up top, just
But
feeling it. I live up here,
but
so
it's still a matter of there's plenty of water. We have to understand
oh
that
yeah,
there's underground
just
water tables,
never
and we
ending.
have to help enhance that because the earth itself is a filter system. And if we allow it to filter the way it's meant to, that's what it means by tendering the earth, is to extend those watersheds. We were initially meant to live along the water's edges so that we could
Well,
propagate both the fish and the roots and flowers and other things along those paths. Our true natural element is right along the border of both water and land. And it's concurrent throughout all jurisdictions. Like I just said, you have the right of passage and the right of portage. Not because he owns the land shall not be sold forever, for it is mine, and ye are strangers and sojourners with me, but also because the water is his, just as the very breath you take is his. Why not make that breath that you take an act of God, both land and water?
you know what I found is that our
Exactly.
Akashic records, so to speak, are in the water. All knowledge, all knowledge is
Water has
in our
memory.
water.
Right.
All
Water
one hundred
does have
percent.
memory.
It never leaves our earth. Never.
Right.
It evaporates. Hits the ferment and comes. It's always here. We're either pissing it out or drinking it from a can. It's always here, just
And
like the
what does
gold and silver.
it do that by?
It does that by what?
A
Phrase it different.
very
I'm not sure.
a very slight difference in temperature.
Exactly, or a couple
It
different
will it
elements.
evaporates and becomes lighter and lighter and floats up, or it condenses and gets heavier. So what is
That's when you're taking
gravity?
all our energy.
Gravity is about density.
So, in a sense, Keith, if something gets too warm, then it will expand, correct? When heat rises,
Right,
something is expanding. And then when there's a condensation or something condenses, it becomes cooler. And
right. And
so
this is
as I look up the word soak, because as you were talking about enclave, the word soak, SOKE, came up in the etymology, and it said the right of jurisdiction,
I can
especially
barely
a
hear her.
lord's right to hear cases and have jurisdiction.
they're asking you to speak closer to the speaker, sister.
Okay, it
Thank
says
you.
soak under the word etymology, unless you want to pull it up on your screen. It talks about the right of jurisdiction, especially a lord's right to hear cases and have jurisdiction in his own court in disputes involving his tenants. Were you able to
Well,
hear that?
it states in there that, oh, are you getting an echo?
A little bit.
Okay, because I was hearing it on my end. Maybe I need to be lower. But it states
I
in the
turned off
Bible.
YouTube. Turn YouTube off if you have it on, and just stick with the
No,
one
no,
for.
I went. Okay, I'll see if it is. Maybe I
That
won't
was
be
my
too
No, I
fault.
think
far.
I'm in 100% agreement with all of this, with one exception. I don't. I'm having a hard time believing that because everybody. Listen, we're not all. Keith, you 100% have been gifted with something. All of us are gifted with some different things. We're all coming together right now to help one another. Let me say this. I'll speak for myself. I don't understand a lot of these things, but I do know that as a living being, as a man, I'm able to place words, my thoughts, my intent into documents, into my written record, not like singing a song, but actually unstitching what has happened in my life and taking up whatever doesn't fit and placing in what's good and then recording, stitching it back up. My truth, my honor, not my taking, but actually my sharing of being incorrect, not
right.
correct. I don't like being corrected. I
Yeah,
don't
and
like being
see,
incorrect.
and we touched on that yesterday when we talked about novation. See, at any point in time in your life, there should be a novation, and it should be done when you're born. Mom and dad should make
What's a
that no.
novation? I
Um,
don't know
it,
what
it's
does that mean.
it relates to a novel idea. So a novation is mom and dad just simply announcing what they got from their procreation. They a legacy heir is born, and we shall call him Jonathan. The purpose in Jonathan's life, as his name is constructed to portray reverence or whatever, is that he is a hero unto the children of the Lord, and we shall bring him up in those ways. We hail from the family, so and so. That is a novation, bringing in that legacy heir outside of the person and putting in there that spiritual intent that he shall be a prophet unto the nation, because we shall give him the knowledge of the Lord so that he shall not be destroyed. He will defeat all, whatever, a
They used
novation.
to teach that
It,
too, and
it,
we were educated, highly educated at a young age.
yes,
That you're. I believe that. I believe what you're saying there. Yeah, I
and then,
stand beside that.
and that's what we need to do today. I think is understand that when we've been indoctrinated. When I turned 49 years old and looked at my mom and she said, "Keith, the police are your authority." It was a hell of a time for me. I understood at that point in time how heavily she and my dad were both indoctrinated and did not once in any of our discussions ever even consider the point of view I was coming from, because they'd given up on that a long time ago. They believe in
Most
this,
people.
but they believe heavily in this patronymical system, and that's what gives them the ability to do the things they do. They've misplaced their true talents and fallen um, enslaved to that personality, and he's a respecter of no persons. So the only thing I can respect about my mom and dad anymore is the fact that they did tell me that finally, and that I'm no longer deceived, and I can't take it out against them. Their life is their life, and they live a good life, granted, and they taught me many good things, and I do appreciate them. But I understand a distinct difference, and that's character and intent.
It took me actually getting. I died, and not near death. I died. You know my story, but uh, it's also taken me to hit. I would never say rock bottom because I don't feel I've ever not been on top of the game learning. But it took something abrupt happening in my life for me to take a pause and look at things differently. I think that as your parents, I believe my parents were much the same. Like things were working for them and they always have. Therefore, not let's not rock the boat, so to speak. But I and I had that same thing. Hard to not just my parents, but my sisters, my aunts, my all people in my family and friends. It's hard for them to even fathom that this can be true. The ones that do believe me or think have all had some kind of issue in their life where the system didn't work. Therefore, they're going to check something different. I mean, how's everybody else feel about that?
Well, brother,
I
I agree with you because, in the sense where you talk about transitioning from the physical to the ethers, that's a transition where we go from the physical body into the ethers, into the vapor. And so we don't, that's why the words are created when they talk about death. And sometimes when the first prayer, I remember as a child when I first learned about the Most High, he was called Emmanuel. And so everything I in my early learnings was in Latin, and it was part of the conditioning in these Catholic church. And then later the name was changed to this Jesus. But then when you go to Strong's Concordia, you learn that I was not created before a particular year. And then the way Jesus is pronounced is like iosis. And so you wonder how much have been altered to put us in this blind state of mind, because I too crossed over in the other life, and I was at peace, and it was beautiful. I didn't want to return to this earth. I did not. It wasn't a place. And I've always questioned my whole entire life when I arrived. The day that I arrived, I wasn't even supposed to arrive. I arrived by accident, just as Keith always talks about. So we can only walk in our own light, our own mind, and we have to discern every truth, because our word is our deeds. Everything
I
that we
chose
do
to
is
come back.
recorded, is our deed. We all did for this time.
I don't
Yeah,
believe
yeah.
anything
Look,
about accident when it comes to
in death, I
human.
did. In
Because
death, I did.
God,
When I died, I actually chose to come back. And I don't know why I was given that ability. And I didn't incarnate back into a little baby. I came back into my broken body, and it was busted up really bad. So it was only because my children were young at that time that I chose that, or I would have stayed too, because it was really interesting to me. The scariest thing for me, I didn't know how to act, not act, but how to maneuver in a different frequency, a different realm, a different dimension. I did not know how where to go. And when I came back into my body, I didn't remember dying. It wasn't until months later. Once I realized that, that's the thing that I'm trying to learn, is not so much how to work here. I'm getting that pretty much. But what are we're supposed to be here to record, restitch our truth for our children and others to follow. I get all that. I'm stuck here like all of us, believe me.
Yeah,
I
it's
came
all the
back, they gave me the
knowledge.
chance, and I got to learn my way back out.
Yeah,
That's why I'm
and
so
we
happy
are.
you're here,
We
all of you.
we we are, brother. We are. The thing that
yeah,
we're
yeah. I
here to
met
do is
someone
to
like
gain the
that.
knowledge.
I
We
met
I'm
are to
probably
someone
gain
like
the
taking this in a
that.
knowledge.
different direction, huh? I apologize.
Yeah, I met someone like that that died in an accident, and he was like, "I'm over here, I'm over here." But at first, he didn't know what was going on, and then when he got back, finally, he remembered everything. He didn't forget it for a while. He remembered it right away, and he said he couldn't even communicate properly with everybody else in this world because what happened to him. It kind of screwed him up in his mind. But yeah, and plus nothing's an accident in this realm because everyone's here for a reason. You know, God has
Everybody has
everyone
a
here for a
purpose.
reason.
We all have purpose. That's, when I've talked with Keith, and I'm speaking with all of you. He We all have gifts. His is beyond a lot, especially what Keith, is so far beyond what I know. But I know a lot of things that are different than this. So we all have this. We're supposed to all come together and help one another. I know that. Um, Keith, I know you get frustrated with us and people in the system because of what it's so easy for you, but it's not for all of us. Um, I'm thankful that you have all and you've given all you have. I'll say that right now. So anyway, I don't want
Yeah,
to take
all
your
glory
time.
goes to him. Yep, all glory goes to
Yeah.
him.
Well, he is you. You are him. We are each other.
I
So
will
yeah,
say one
thank
Yeah,
other
you.
yeah,
thing
just a pass through.
is that people are, they've got all this Medicare, Medicaid, all this socialism, food stamps, all this help. If we change this system to the way it's supposed to be, none of that can exist. If you pull yourself away from them as a U.S. citizen and claim yourself as an American, you cannot benefit from any of that.
I've done
So
that. I
you
did that a
you'd
long
have
time
to
ago.
put them, you'd have to put yourself under slavery under them to be able to get all those benefits. And
Well,
so
that's why I
therefore,
say
you're
I say you
against
have.
it.
That's why I say you have to understand that, folks. There's already a trust established. In
Has
that
anybody
trust,
here done that? Has anybody here besides me done that? Nobody knows me. I'm nothing. I'm a ghost. Has anybody else done this where you just listen, I didn't fill out shit. I just stopped with everything. I walked away from everything, and I never went back. So I am the person you're describing that doesn't have social, that no license, no red, that nobody knows even. I'm not linked to anything except who I am. So the only thing I can go on is what I place before people. When I speak with people, I don't let them cast their spells upon me. I don't let them say, "Oh, you know this." No, I don't know. I am not mindful. I am mind learning. So has anybody else here done that? Because I walked away from a
Yes,
good job,
indeed,
everything years
brother.
ago.
I myself, the creator, the most high, the first time I couldn't read the signs. And the second time I didn't read the sign. The third time I got it. I walked away. And to this day, I have, you know what was so funny? Just recently, I was talking spiritually to the most high, the creators. And I walked outside and I went out, not minding my own business. And I found this pouch and it had some jewels in it. And I wasn't looking for anything. And one of the rings that was in there was, I didn't even know till someone saw it on my finger. And they said, "Oh, those are the olive branches." And I said, "Olive branches? I never thought about it." And I said, "Well, what does the olive branch means?" And he said, "Peace." And ever since I walked away, I've been having a peace of mind, and I'm so at peace, just like the peace and understanding I had when I transformed from the physical to the other realm. So I think that's what it is. It's having the peace and understanding within yourself, within your mind. And that's the recording of who you are, what you are within yourself. I yield.
Yet we
Yeah,
have to
yeah,
do it.
that
Chief,
shows that
Chief,
there's nothing's an accident. You were meant to
Chief,
find that.
what's your opinion? Because I know that we have to go through all this, use everything that you're talking about, 100%. I formed another trust with my all that. So, what do you think about what she said?
Well, the thing about it again is understanding that there's already a trust already set up. There's already a set of cooperative agreements already set up. And if you really understand that the true benefit is knowledge, then just knowing that and your position in the trust as that, hey, I've studied to shew myself worthy and approved and benefited from the knowledge. Would you like to
Operating it.
benefit? Would you like to benefit too? Well, sure. Anybody's going to say, yeah. Did you know I can teach you how to get that house without spending a dime? Did you know that credit card means any card, plate,
Hmm.
coupon book, or any other device used? As I said, you don't own anything, not even that card, but it does qualify you to use it to obtain money, property, labor, and services on credit. You mean you can use a social security card to obtain money? Well, that's what that definition says. How
Anything
do you
written
do
on
that?
cotton?
How do you do
Anything
that?
wrote on cotton?
How do
Oh,
you
I
do
don't
that?
know.
Well, you
You
use
can act.
money in exchange for credit because that's what it says on credit. Customer
Right.
agrees to make third party payment for consumer so long as it's understood that credit is given to the customer's account.
Correct. And nobody stands in correct status because we're really supposed to be using the banks as a transfer. Yeah, they're we go in there and we put our I did anyway money in there. It had all these different accounts. And when I walked away from it, I was like, man, they dropped me and they took all this shit from me. And I'm like, and I called my ex-wife because I had child support $300,000 worth I owe, and I'm like, what did you do with all the money they gave you? And she's like, I never got it. So I have this open relationship, and I'm thinking, okay, wait a minute, what? So I started looking into this shit, and I found out that from birth, the whole thing from birth, and you know what? We're supposed to be in charge of our own accounts. And people think, oh, well, I'll just go and take money from my bond. And no, man, it's a spiritual kind of who you are thing. It's a trip. I've learned so much on this path from you too, Keith. I mean, You hit a lot of things pinpoint. But yeah, we're supposed to be with our TDA accounts. We're supposed to be using a bank to access that. And it's changing to credits now. We
Yeah.
need to do exactly what you said. All these
Yeah,
credits.
and it's just a matter of, the credits are already there. And one of the simple ways to comprehend this is that if there are credits in an account, anybody who has them in their account as credits can convert them to assets. So
Oh yeah,
what is a Federal Reserve note? Even as a promissory note,
we're not
a
supposed to be using them.
right, but even as a promissory note, a Federal Reserve note is an asset that you can deposit, special deposit with its directive for that claim of obligation of extending that credit for credit. Did you not just use money to obtain credit? So can you not, just as that definition said, use credit to obtain money?
Well, it depends on what you consider money. And
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
That's what I'm saying. People don't understand that concept. Everybody understand this. Money is that commercial paper. I don't care if it's a blank piece of paper. I don't care if it's an application that's not quite filled out. I don't care if it's a full-fledged security instrument with all the signatures, bells, whistles, stamps, and everything. It's commercial paper. And yes, it's a debt instrument. It parlays a debt. You heard about the credit score. What about the debt score? Well, wait a minute. Isn't the debtor located? The debtor is United States, and it's located in Washington D.C. So what is to their credit?
Well, Keith, what debt? Is it DEATH or is it DEBT? We need to figure out which of the two.
It's actually debt. It's actually the money that we are owed, because one has to realize who they are. When I realized, I'll use myself. I don't like saying you. When I realized that who I was and the value. Yes, I have a spiritual value and all this, but I'm talking about the value that I have just in being born. And how it's been used. I don't mind that I was used and my value, but I am upset with the fact that nobody taught me that they started this bond with me and this value, and they've been, using it. And so that's what I did. I started taking that power back. And that's what it is. It's power, because I didn't take it back and get money, what people call financial notes or Federal Reserve notes, whatever. I took back authority. I took back their ability, because everybody had a driver's license. I mean, my marriage, divorces, everything that ever happened to me, they made a bond with it. And these bonds are open to this day. Well, not anymore, but I pulled them back. And actually, you have to find the trustee that is running these bonds, and pull them back and turn them in and cancel them. And when you do that, it's all through credit. But when you do that, it's like our deficit. It's like the money out there. It's all ours. It all goes down. It goes away.
And
you want to bankrupt someone, pay off their shit.
Yeah, and when you do that, it helps correct that debt on the United States ledger.
It fixes it, because people don't realize that we're double paying. It's like, you people are worth so much because of a bond. Be thankful that they started this. The ones that are bad are the ones that manipulated us, the textbook salesman, the encyclopedia guy, whatever the fuck. I don't care. But I'll tell you what, thank God they did this, because we can go back and we tell them, hey, fuck you, I can take care of myself now. Let me run it. And draw back, because what they're doing is fucking us. It's weird. It's simple. They make it difficult.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Once you understand the process, it's a matter of being able to
understand the process.
It's a matter of following from point A to point B to find its final result in effect, and then saying, okay, well, let's just turn it around and go back. That's all we're really doing.
Yeah.
We're going back and correcting the records.
And we can use the scripture, but you know what I use? Because I've never read the Bible. People go, "Oh yeah, that's correct. That's in the Bible." I don't know, but what I do know is that my gut, the some bitching gut that I have, that I always get that gut feeling every crossroads of my life, whatever. I've always had that gut feeling. I was told this: to go with your gut, listen to your gut, follow your heart, lead in honor, and let your mind, let your cabeza, your head, let it rest, because your gut is the true mind. And yeah, so
Yeah,
that's
you're when you
those
can
words from your gut.
when you can clear your mind of all the frustration and anxiety and fears and all of this and that, and really just be in that moment of not necessarily you don't have. It's not even a matter of enjoyment or bliss or happiness. It's just a matter of neutrality where things are
Yes,
real nice and calm and things seem to
it's like a
it's almost
merry-go-round. When people are spinning around, I remember as a kid, I'd go to the, I'd make my way to the center, and people, I'm watching my friends fling off.
yep. You go to the center and all you do is spin around. The farther you go
Oh,
out,
am I?
you're getting
Oh, am I
flung
screwing it
off.
up?
No, you're fine.
Yeah, yeah, and they're getting flung off. But the person in the center, it's just like the Trinity, like the Father, Mother Earth, and us. You stand in the center on all issues, and there is no ball or lance. There's no ball lance
Yep,
balance.
yep.
Accountants always want zero balance. Accountants want to be, everybody wants a zero balance, but they tell us the opposite. It's a trip.
Yep.
So I am not correct on any of this. People go, "Oh yeah, so you're dumb, huh?" I'm like, no. Listen to what people go, "Oh, I'm correct." Oh, really? Okay, well let me correct you. I am uncorrected in everything I say, and I love it. I don't have a mind full. I am uncorrect, and yeah, all those things are so much power, and they're my spoken word, and that's what I like, is that we, in our simplest form, as long as it's truthful, we create our own documents, our own record of life written on cotton. So
Right.
our children and our friends and our family can simply pick it up and read it, and it will benefit them. And it is easily uncorded, so they can place their documents within this recording. And we can all share within one and other one's recordings.
Yeah,
And
and that's
there's where our
well,
value is.
yeah, and that's that private journal I keep talking about. When you learn how to express your
But
life
I
with
like
your
your
pen,
style.
well, when you learn how
I
to
like what you're doing.
express your life with your pen, with your book, and that way when people read it, they'll know who wrote it and why, because it'll be their story. Having to sit
Only
here
I'm
and
not
think
private.
about somebody else.
I'm not private.
Well, no, but
It's
sitting
not
here
like
trying to think about this the shit that's going on today is that somebody else is writing about me with their pen and their ink, and that just ain't right.
nah.
So
It's okay to
anyway,
write about you. Hopefully, you know you're the truthful one. Your
well
documents
that's
are documented.
well and that's what we're doing is correcting it. And so to continue on, and so we can finish up with this, we got
I
1.18.
apologize.
No, you're fine. Yeah, I like having discussions. I don't want to just whip through this stuff and um, but there is I want to get back to it, and we've already got over 3 hours. So Iowa,
I came in late.
that's fine. Iowa English language reaffirmation. Remember, we talked about the plain writing in 5 USC 301 as it relates to applicable to Department of Defense and minimum birth registration requirements. So again, we have this English language reaffirmation, and I'm going to reaffirm that you again put out your own novation, that very public notice that our brother Robert Scott's talking about. You got to let them know. You got to herald it out to the world. If we're supposed to be prophets unto the nation, what better to prophet than the fact that we are children of God? Hail ye, hail ye. The General Assembly of the State of Iowa finds and declares the following. The state of Iowa is comprised of individuals. So first and foremost, we have the noun individuals, and that's that state's vital statistics jurisdiction that is exclusive to the individual in that enumeration of birth. from different ethical, cultural, and linguistic backgrounds. The state of Iowa encourages the assimilation of Iowans into Iowa's rich culture. Now, wait a minute. Assimilation of Iowans into Iowa's rich culture, what is it? Okay. Iowa's rich culture is different than Iowans because this is a different Iowa.
That
Okay.
rich culture. Yeah.
Yeah, that's that color of law, color of language. Iowans as it goes to the nationality. Okay.
That's the top hat.
Iowa's rich culture as it goes to the state. Through the history of Iowa and of the United States, the common thread binding individuals of differing backgrounds together has been the English language. Among the powers reserved to each state is the power to establish the English language as the official language of the state, and otherwise to promote the English language within the state, subject to the prohibitions enumerated in the Constitution of the United States and in laws of the state. What would be that prohibition that they're talking about? Congress shall make no law respecting the establishment of a religion. Don't different religions use different languages? Is this telling us that English is not a religious language?
All languages are the same. It's funny.
2, in order to encourage every citizen of this state, to become more proficient in the English language, thereby facilitating, remember that term facilitate, participation in the economic, political, and cultural activities of this state and of the United States. So what are the cultural activities of a corporate entity? Do you go out on picnics and celebrate with hot dogs and buns? Is that a good old American ballpark, Frank, you got there? You're going to go out to the Field of Dreams and celebrate? What kind of cultural activity is involved in commerce, folks? Understand the language.
What they're trying to do is they're trying to give life to a corporation. They're trying to make a corporation seem alive and to basically give it life. And in doing that, we acquiesce. We become part of that without knowing that we do that. Because we coin.
Well, and look at this. Remember, I always say coin your words or purse your lips. And this here says activities of this and of the United States. And then it goes on to say the English language is hereby declared to be the official language of the state of Iowa. So are you performing the functions of public office by using an official language? I mean, I know that's a long presumption, but this entire system is in fact based on a legal fiction, which is a presumption of those facts
that they try to give life to.
Absolutely.
That's that. Yeah.
Except as otherwise provided in subsections 4 and 5, the English language shall be the language of government in Iowa.
Good, man. More power to you.
Yeah, I want to see these government officials.
Yeah.
I don't think because I don't know that they understand the language here.
Well, not your language or mine.
Well, they don't understand. They don't understand the color of the language, in that the fact that they're using it and the way they use it. Understand again, folks. I've said it many times, and you can quote me on this. This is my own little saying: a man's intellect is limited and biased by his vocabulary. You show me a politician, I'll prove he's an idiot.
Very good. Very well said.
Can you hear
Yes,
me?
I concur.
Yeah, we got you, brother.
Yeah, and I was going to say, they had actually made it illegal for us to be able to be free under our religion to transit, to, do whatever we want. And we had the right to freedom of religion under our religion to do the things that they say we can't do without a license, without the privilege to do it
We
and to
we
pay
still
for it.
are free. We still are free
Yeah,
because in what you just said, you never defined they, and that's the problem with their who
Well,
they
that's the
are.
government.
When
The police.
my friend, when you say what and you write it down and place it out there for others to know, you put your life into that, your authority, your everything, so nobody can never stand, and it's not even an affidavit of truth, it's just who you are. So yeah,
yeah. And
and
what
that
he's
doesn't
getting at, again is that it's strong language saying they, and then not
yeah,
being able to point out the
Yeah.
particular theys, because it shows that it's an it's a pretty presumptive statement because you
it's
don't know them, and
it's
therefore
just out there.
the best way to state it again is not by stating they, but that the problem is. That way, everybody can sit there and say, "Oh yeah, I agree. That's the problem."
But yeah,
Well,
My
what?
we don't
Well, what?
understand that it's really not they, it's us, because we don't
well,
understand our freedom. We don't
but if
Right,
you
understand who we are. We
right.
are we the people.
And if
As
we
we
under
the people, they don't have control over us.
right, and if we the people understood this and asserted that and did so in that manner of just, hey, I know this, and my choice is this, and this is what I'm going to choose. And that's going to be the educational process for them. And again, that's saying, well, I know we can do this, and then we have an agreement. Or, well, we both know this is the problem, right? And okay, so we have an agreement. So the principle is being able to bring agreement because you already know that what they know. This is common sense stuff. Listen, I understand that you might be having a hard time paying some bills this month. But if you take the time, I can show you how to qualify them and show that they're already paid. Because didn't you use a card to obtain those
Yeah,
things?
I
Yes.
got a
Did you
loan.
know
I
that's
got a
supposed to be on
loan on
credit?
my.
Yeah. Do you
I
know
got.
that's supposed to be? Do you know that's supposed to be done on credit? And if they gave you a receipt that says U.S. debit, what did they just do?
they recharged it.
No, they made a false
Yeah,
claim against the debt of the United States. Because
yeah, recharged it.
if you used a card to obtain something on credit, and they gave you a receipt that says U.S. debit, and the United States is obligated for all debts, public and private, shouldn't you hand that to them and have them say, "Hey, that was supposed to be done on credit, and you charged this man," and then gave him a receipt saying that, showing that you charged us for it?
I myself like to. I don't want to give that authority to them, so I have taken authority back, and yeah, I just do it. It's probably the same thing. I just do it a little different because I don't want
Yeah.
anybody charged debt. I get what you're saying, and yes, we. But here's the deal, Keith. They who they are, and it's bankers. It's not the government. It's not the local yokels. It is bankers. The bankers have made, and this goes way back. They have made
Central
this.
banking system.
Yes, even deeper into them, but they've
I've
made
been
this
I've been
system.
saying it recently that they were the biggest problem, and we need to kick them out of this country, and we
We
can
never
take
can.
Well,
our
Let me
country
just
back.
no, no, no.
no.
You're looking at it wrong. You can't do that because if we did that, we need
Russia
to
did it.
hold them accountable and
Russia did
actually
it.
do. We need to do business with them, but as we're supposed to use them
Right.
to get to our trust, to access our trust.
Yeah.
Everything is in the
If we act in good faith, if we
yes,
act in good faith by recognizing that there's something in error, and we mention that error, and they refuse to do anything about it, That's evidence that they're not acting in good faith.
You're the
Okay?
living man.
All we're doing is showing that there's errors and that we're acting in good faith because we're told that these are faithful things. That I will, that thou constantly affirm, that he who believed in God be careful to maintain good works.
I can run my
You're a
truck.
child. You're a child of God, right, brother? You
Me,
have your
myself,
agreement. You have your agreement. Now they're going to operate in good faith and act on that
Well,
error.
who owns the central
myself,
banking system?
I
It
have a
doesn't
child of
matter.
the Creator.
It doesn't matter.
It's the Rothschilds, the Vanguards.
They
It's
don't matter, really. Well, this is what
they're the
they
Rockefellers. They're the ones that own it, and they're using that to
are,
control us with.
Listen,
And
and
so if
that's
we kick
okay.
listen,
them out,
listen,
they can't
listen,
control us.
listen. I don't care if there's a wolf pack that's got one wolf or a wolf pack that's got 50 wolves. That wolf pack has a structure. It follows a routine. I'm going to follow that routine, and I will take them out one by one if I need to. But I'm not going to take them out as if though I'm just going to go out and shoot people. They're each one a problem in and of themselves. I'm going to solve each problem and move on to the next one. That's all we're doing here. The only problem each one of them has is that there's an error. All I'm doing
And
is fixing the errors.
if you put it in its simplest form, each individual person that's on this podcast, this YouTube thing, and in our lives, it is up to us, really. If you follow this journey and you do it correctly, I promise this: each person, each one of us, each being, whatever you want to be considered, will find this. I hope this is what I found, that this is a journey that is of self. It is very spiritual. It's not looking at the people that enslaved us, because guess what, folks? These same evil, whatever you want to call them, they, in all their indoctrination and all their shit, gave remedy. It is each of one of us here, it's our fault that we did not listen. We did not look. We were too busy. I don't give a fuck what it was. I know for me, I was busy chasing girls, playing drums, all the shit I did. I wouldn't turn it back, but I'll tell you what, I should have
Loving the
been
bread purposes.
looking it up. I should have been looking and reading. I didn't, because everything that Keith is showing is it's all their law within it's always been there. We just don't. This is all Greek to me, man. I never heard this shit, but I'll tell you what, it's always been there. Keith found it, and that's who we need to be. Standing in honor is standing as Keith does, using their rules. Because I'm not going to go and cuss somebody out. No, I used to, but I'm going to be like Keith. I'm going to, hey man, that's how I can talk to you. Oh, great one, you think you are? And these are the rules that you set up. They're not used to that. They're not used to the truth.
Yeah, and this is all out in the public and stuff. So it's a matter of, if they're going to dismiss it, they're going to have to go through an awful lot to do so. So we continue on. And it says,
yeah, amazing.
So watch what happens next, folks. Like I said, everything in this system is a loop itself, and it says all official documents, regulations, orders, transactions, proceedings, programs, meetings, publications, or actions taken or issued, which are conducted or regulated by, or on behalf of, or representing the state and all of its political subdivisions, shall be in the English language. And for the purposes of this section, remember, actions speak louder than words, folks. So when you're officially performing the same actions, you don't have to say a word. You can just sign a document without knowing the words on the document. I urge you to reconsider. Official action means any action taken by the government in Iowa or by an authorized officer or agent of the government in Iowa.
That's every state. If I was doing it, every state is doing it.
Yep, that does any of the following. These are contract terms and conditions because this is in the Iowa Code. This is in the Iowa Code. It's a statute. Contract terms and conditions required to implement, right? So watch this. In Iowa, that does any of the following: binds the government. Doesn't that enumeration at birth that mom placates? Bind the government. Do they allow that being done without dad?
Yeah,
I mean,
I got a loan on my truck, and that they had never told me that. Oh, wow, I'm getting an echo. But they told me they did not tell me that if I had a bank account and I did it through that means that my payments would be paid off. And so when I was sitting here paying $115 and something to $117 and something flat rate, they was taking that and pocketing it. They wasn't putting it towards my loan. And then when I finally found out what was going on, I said, "This is not right. This
yeah,
is
that's
wrong. It's
well, yeah, that's
immoral." When I walked
well,
out, and the
no, that's
next payment I
listen,
made,
listen, 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 listen. You get way too excited, and I'm trying to help you. That's not what happened. It's because you didn't understand at that point in time that you could give a direct deposit. In other words, deposit what you deposited already with a directive so that that wouldn't happen. You
well,
understand you
they
made,
didn't tell me if I paid in cash
I
that
understand that, but
it
we're
wouldn't go
learning that
towards
now.
my loan.
But we're learning that now. And again, instead of making accusations, accept the blame and make that the foundation of the agreement. Listen, I made a mistake. I entered in some things I shouldn't have. We can agree on that, right, brother? Great. Now, in that, I understand you made mistakes too, and we need to work together now to fix that. Can you help me out? Oh, sure. You understand how the language is different?
Yeah, now they call me almost every day with an automated service. Well, we need you to contact us, but they don't give us an actual number. I just when I dial that number, it just goes back to this store that's out here that I went through, Title Max. And so they don't call me from the main company, so the person can talk to me and then say, well, because they're like, we want to help you, and I'm like, how do they want to help me? All they want is that money. I mean, they ain't going to help me get my truck out of impound, which is probably gone anyways by now because the city or county took it, the damn sheriff, and then made stipulations where I had to get this and that and in order to get my truck
Well,
out. And so I
and see,
lost it.
you got to understand, brother, they don't know the law. They're telling you to do things you're not required to do. Stop it. Stop it, stop it, stop it. Stop listening to what they're telling you to do and do some research because you always have an option. Always. You are not the United States citizen. You are not the resident. That is what they're going after. You have to be able to make the distinction that, hey, I understand. I got an identification. And
And I
that
put it in their
identification,
system. I am a U.S. citizen, so they think I am.
yeah, and you've got to correct that. That's all we're doing, brother, is correcting the record. When we go through and correct the records, that's what they're referring to, people, is the record. So when you give them information from their very own record and they look at that record and say, oh, yeah, he is an Iowan. He is a national of the Republic of Iowa. There is a distinct difference. There is a distinct diversity of jurisdiction of citizenship. We have to check with the United States first.
Would I be able to go back in there and like redo it and then say I'm not a U.S. citizen?
Most certainly. Homeland Security Redress Program, folks. It's specifically for misidentifications. You've been misidentified in all of your travels because you've been required to have an ID or a state driver's license when you have the option of having a diplomatic documentation, private credentials.
Yeah, that's why I need to get a passport.
No, the passport is not the same either.
Well, I
Again,
mean, it keeps you
international,
claims you
you
as
know,
a non-U.S. citizen.
again, it's not a matter of being this or that. It's a matter of knowing what that is and how to use it. Period. So let's continue on with this, because this is the interesting part. Because anything that binds the government, it's not supposed to. Authorized officer agent of the government in Iowa that does any of the following binds the government. So as soon as you apply for an SS5, or your mom applies for a Social Security number, that's a binding. And then at 18, you take upon that binding or undertake that binding without knowing the full legalities and liabilities, responsibilities, trainings required to fulfill those endorsements, duties, obligations. Nor do you understand the fact that in so doing and not knowing what you're doing, you actually, according to their presumption, transfer rights, titles, and interests to everything that you own, supposedly. That includes your intangible thoughts and everything. They will now tell you what to do because you've proven you don't know what you're supposed to do, and that is at least understand the directive of your own mind as it discerns, and get out of this thing about remembering everything the public education taught you.
Yeah, what happens if I do go back in there and then fix the info that I'm not a U.S. citizen?
You have them admit or deny. Listen, admit or deny, you have an official record yourself qualifying me as a United States citizen. Admit or deny, that's one question. Admit or deny, you have documentation qualifying me as a United States citizen. It's all based on that residency. If there is no determination deemed necessary by the board that you are a federal, state, or municipal officer or agent so authorized that did any of the following bind the government, then it wasn't a qualified binding. Is required by law. Is not required by law because I'm not so qualified. Is otherwise subject to scrutiny by either the press or the public, which I am not, again, because I'm not qualified as an officer or agent. This is their fallacy. This is what they're playing on. This is what binds the government, is required by law, is otherwise subject to scrutiny by either the press or the public. And then it says this section shall not apply to the teaching of languages. So why don't we go learn how to bark a different way? Scott's thinking, but he's muted. Let me unmute him. Go ahead.
Oh, you muted me, huh? You muted me, huh? To add to that, it's also we have gave them permission on every single thing that I have signed anyway. I found it in my marriage license, you name it, all the years working, all those signatures, and believe me, they all open your bond. Every one of them, even if you've worked 40 years for McDonnell Douglas, and I don't give a fuck, all those paychecks, these motherfuckers, they're this good. They take from your bond and pay you with your own money to work for them. I worked for PG&E, and they did it to me too. So all these signatures, you have to go and close them out and say, hey, I'll handle this. Like he said, you take charge of it. But until that's done, no matter what door you close, there's always one open until you go through all your shit. And it's basically your credit report. Find your credit report and see who has an open account with you, and you'll be blown away. Start closing those accounts. Don't close the credit report, close your account. Right, Keith? Do you agree with that?
Yeah, you want to close all those accounts that were operated without the actual true capacity they were supposed to be operated in. They were not supposed to be deposit accounts and this and that. You were supposed to have a specific type of trust account. Little known to you. So, as we continue on, great comment by Imperium Privatus. My middle finger is my intentional credentials. He likes flying, evidently. He likes to go by air. You talking to me is ultravirus. Go talk to your statutory person on the dock on the clock on post, aka federal lands. Ha ha ha! Just kidding. Gentle as a dove, wise as a certain serpent. Matthew 10 verse 6. Thank you. Says this section shall not apply to the teaching of language requirements under Federal Individuals with Disabilities Education Act. Interesting. That was another one of those videos I said I might do a review on, and that's the public education system. It's the General Education Provisions Act. That's a military education. Actions, documents, or policies necessary for trade, tourism, and commerce. Necessary. See, it's always got to be necessary. Why do you suppose it's necessary, folks? Well, you're the ones demanding it. Isn't it a demand and supply chain?
Close those borders.
Quit demanding it and it won't be necessary. Quit using it and they won't have anything to sell because there ain't no one buying it. Quit buying their lies. Actions or documents that protect the public health and safety. Actions or documents that facilitate activities pertaining to compiling any census of populations. See, these are the things that you're not supposed to be involved in because this section shall not apply to requirements of under the Federal Individuals with Disabilities Education Act. The teaching of language. Teaching of languages, isn't that the very public education system? Come on. Actions, documents for trade. Isn't that the intent of having that grammar? So you can buy and sell things? Actions, documents that protect the public health and safety? I mean, you want it to be good and safe, not during times of war, trying to sell their wares out in the middle of being bombarded. See, it is a military action in all cases. Actions or documents that facilitate activities pertaining to the compiling any census of populations. Wait a minute, you mean it doesn't apply to the birth registration? You mean they're trying to say that it does not apply to the birth registration, which is a vital statistics jurisdiction created the day you're born based upon the individual, and you're not requiring that individual as a resident, so enumerated as a United States citizen, to follow the very law you're setting out here that you're supposed to follow as an officer or an agent? Are you saying somewhere along the way you give them special exception? Or is the presumption supposed to ride all the way across the board? Throughout the history of Iowa and the United States, common thread binding individuals of different backgrounds together has been the English language. Among the powers reserved to each state is the power to establish the English language as the official language of the state, to otherwise promote English language within the state, subject to the prohibitions enumerated in the Constitution of the United States and in the laws. Isn't this the stuff that they teach in the general education of these schools? In order to encourage every citizen of this state to become more proficient in the English language? The hell? If that's so, again, I mentioned the concept that if you think you've got a healthy nation, but they're all average reading comprehension in 7th or 8th grade, you might think twice. I don't call that a healthy nation at all. I call that a pretty fucking dumb one. Excuse me if I offend anybody. Just my passion again. Any language usage required by or necessary to secure the rights guaranteed by the constitutional laws of the United States of America or the Constitution of the state of Iowa. So are they not teaching you the right use? Isn't that a violation through the very public education program to not teach every last one of you to be a constitutional scholar? Any oral or written communications, examinations, or publications produced or utilized by a driver's license station, provided public safety is not jeopardized. There it is, at your public safety again. Amazing, huh? And again, that's provided through the transportation department, requiring
created by
insurance.
the legislative branch.
Say what?
That was created by the legislative branch because
yeah,
Justice Gorsuch said plain and clearly that the legislative branch doesn't even have the power to create such organization, and that it is unconstitutional, and that that all these courts and these judges in those traffic courts are unconstitutional and non-legit.
Right, and that's what we're talking about. They can't license somebody that's not qualified. And by entering into the system through that Census Bureau, we end up going under the indoctrination through all the medical fields, the educational fields, kindergarten all the way up through colleges, master's degree, bachelor's degree, all of it. They're all indoctrination centers to believe that we are officers or agents of this wonderful United States without understanding the concept that above and beyond that corporate entity, we are the creators of that, and we can step beyond that. And that delineation again of that education system is strictly, remember this, not singular independent thought forms.
Yeah. So just telling them that plainly that I am not an officer or an agent that has sworn an oath to protect the U.S. Constitution. Therefore, they have no jurisdiction over me.
Right. They're the ones that took that oath.
Yeah, so that's what you would put in a notice, because I've been, certain things I've been writing down and putting it like that, so that way I can be, when I create new ones, I can have it the right way that will just shut them down.
Right. Now this is where we're going to shut them down, folks. Again, Isaiah 54 verse 17 talks about no tongue shall prosper. You shall rise up against any judgment and condemn them. This is the inheritance of the servants of the Lord, and their righteousness is of me, saith the Lord. So it's a matter of using that language against them by knowing that language. Nothing in this section shall be construed to do any of the following. And the very first one says, prohibit an individual member of the General Assembly or officer of state government while performing official business from communicating through any medium with another person in in a language other than English, if that member or officer deems it necessary or desirable to do so. Is legalese English? And if they argue yes, well, why is it called legalese?
Yeah, so as a non-officer or agent, the whole entire government has no jurisdiction over you, period, as long
None.
as you're not claiming yourself as one of them.
Absolutely.
And basically, when you look at Rule 17, when they talk about plaintiff and defendant in public capacity, they list under there all the other positions as executor, administrator, uh, um, a guardian, and so forth, and even trust. Those are all public offices. So right there, it tells you that you don't qualify to be.
Correct. That's one of those things we discussed in Lawful Living about that foster care. The license required in that foster care for fostering children. That's the presumption that everybody is a foster parent and their children aren't theirs. They're fostering them for the government because they were born in foundling hospitals, and mom is taking on welfare because she's fostering a child and taking benefit from the state because she has no husband herself. I mean, again, a far stretched presumption, but you see it active and observable in that fashion today. So, like it
Correct,
or
my
not,
brother. Very correct. And that's what they've been doing. They've been um, creating problems and then creating a solution. So they've been taking away the men so the women can be in a welfare state so they can go directly to the state to receive benefits. And that way they have taken over the adoption not only of the child but at the mother as well. I yield.
right? And what is that syndrome where you get comfortable with your kidnapper?
Stockholm syndrome.
There you go. There you go. Thank you, brother. Stockholm syndrome. So you have a
Yes,
bunch of
correct.
moms.
Stockholm syndrome, correct.
So you got a bunch of moms that are suffering from Stockholm syndrome because they ain't got no daddies, and they're Stockholmed to the fictional patriotic daddy that's giving them all the protection and welfare because their real daddy has a little problem or something. And rather than help fix the problem and keep the family together, that patronymical daddy is going to be such a great daddy. He's going to tear up that family and show how well that kid can grow up without a daddy. Interesting
Yeah,
aspect.
the government is your uncle, Uncle Sam, your big brother, and your daddy, but also your babysitter, your handler. Well, the cops are your handlers. Your the sheep dogs for the sheep, to handle the sheep. All these things that we call them aside, from what they call themselves. Our controllers. Uh, there was another word I thought of, but I forget it right now.
Yeah, that kind of brings up the concept I spoke about a few times. You know, as I
So,
mentioned
brother
earlier,
Keith,
as I
excuse
mentioned
me.
earlier, under 7 USC 136, they've got us all listed as animals. Animal includes man. Animal includes, but is not limited to man. To be more accurate. So
Yeah, and
doesn't this go to say that if we get in a squabble at home in our domestic nature and home environment, shouldn't they be calling the animal catcher or the animal control officer rather than police? I mean,
and
isn't that the one they should be sending?
yeah, and the Christians say, don't
Just
put us
question.
with animals.
Yeah,
You know,
exactly.
we're not animals, even though we eat what animals eat. We can get parasites, but it was all because when they said that you can catch parasites from eating raw meat, not fully cooked meat from any animal. And they say, well, no, those are parasites of animals, and we're not animals. And so you're not going to claim us as being part of animals when we really are.
So, brother Keith, should one use the word clan when you're utilizing your given name with the colons and the hyphens between there? Should you use clan instead of family? Or what do you suggest?
You can just use the absolute grammatical expression without having family. You know, Keith hyphen Orland full colon stop little full colon stop.
Yeah, I never used a surname, I found out.
Yeah, well, by application, that would show the distinction between the two. And like I said in addressing me through the mail, I don't use last names at all. It's brother Keith, full colon stop, in ecclesia, full colon stop. That's the first line. The second line, care of choice, full colon, stop. So you see no last names, and then you do the street and number, and then you do the city, state, and zip, and then you add a fifth line that says United States of America. And of course, when you put the zip down, you put it in square brackets. I mean, it's really simple. And again, like I said, there's no expression of the surname, last name, corporate fiction, or anything other than the expression of a trust showing certain data elements that cannot be misconstrued. I mean, what are you going to do?
Yeah,
Attach Keith to any old last name?
I saw that used, where it shows how to do that, but it also shows that actually you could use your last name. You just reverse them. You just don't put it in order.
Right. You use the last name first, which is the military addressing it at the admiralty level. And again, you can use the full colon stop grammatically, and then do your first and second given name expressions with the hyphen, or you can just do the first given name or the second given name, or you can do it with family of little full colon stop. However you want to do it, just as long as you understand that expression and what it means, so that if anybody asks you, you can prove that you studied to shew thyself worthy. That's all we're doing. Anyway, with that, we are done with tonight's presentment here. And again, I want to thank everybody for your continued support. Please hit that like, share, and subscribe button. There is a PayPal button down below in the details for anybody who wants to share some love. Always appreciated. And again, thanks for everybody's input. Anybody got anything to say on the way out?
Look into
The only thing
mining.
I have to say, brother, is I put some stuff in the chat for you to look at, some etymology. So that's all. I yield. And I appreciate you. Thank you.
You bet. Thank you, sister. And Robert said, check into mining. Do the research
Yeah.
on the mining. This goes to that
On
aspect.
claims.
This goes to the aspect of the aspect of the possession of your lands. Okay, if you have the possession of your lands, you also too possess that which is above and that which is below. So it goes to not just your right of passage and your right of portage, but your right to dig, as it would
And take
also
care of
go
Mother Earth.
right, as it would also go to partaking of that of flight in the air. You have this encompassing ability to travel in every direction. You just have to use your wits and the materials around you to figure it out.
And
So
yeah, and you're right. And the value that we place upon that's our true credit and worth and wealth.
yeah,
It's not just the silver, it goes to apples and the oranges and the dirt.
yeah. When we can
It's
put in when we can put a greater value to landscaping certain areas and putting into effect certain things, just by minimal landscaping techniques, then what is the value in that, as opposed to even just occupying a piece of land and putting up solar panels to create an energy supply for someone else? I mean, you're both incorporating the
yes.
natural use of energy on that part of land, but the intended use and the form of that use are two different things. Which one has more value, and what is that value? Is it a natural value or is it a commercial value? There are distinct differences,
It is our natural. Yeah,
and
it's our
that's why
natural value. It's what we placed on.
I talk
Yeah.
about this
Yeah. And
condemnation of
you're
the
right.
land
I,
and
I concur.
yeah, and that's why I talk about the condemnation of the land in the Leviticus 25, verse 23 through 25, and all the insurances and the conservation easements and the wildlife fisheries environmental protection act. It's all subsequent to what we already know naturally is our first duty and obligation. And when we learn how to step into that, we can start taking command of that land that we're in possession of, and command of the redemption of our brothers by bringing them into that righteousness. And that is by teaching them those languages. That's what
Yes.
they're using against
I
you.
concur.
Anyway,
Well, not
um,
against me, but about against a lot of people.
right, right. And when you
Correct.
learn how they're being used against you, then you can use them as the weapon they're meant to be against them. You're not supposed to use them as a weapon, but in using them against them,
No.
it's a peacefulness that comes about because you show them the weaponization of it. Listen, I was indoctrinated to believe I'm a resident
Yeah,
and a
and you're
patriot
right.
all my life.
It's finding them to listen. A lot of times they don't want to listen. That's the hard part for me. But you're
Right. And
correct. I stand beside you on that 100%.
yeah, listen, I'm not condemning you, okay? I'm pissed as hell that you lied to me. Not just because you lied to me, but now I can no longer believe you ever. I have to question everything. So that's neither here nor there anymore. I'm just questioning things. And when I questioned the thing about resident, this is what I found out. Now, whether you like it or not, I'm not here to call you names or anything. I'm just telling you that I am not a resident. And because of that, you can't use that ad hominem against me in any fashion. We must find a better term that would qualify my recognition. And very clearly, that's benefactor in all
Hey,
cases.
and the good part with yeah, the good part with all this is that you can invite them along. Hey, you know what? I will help you too.
Well,
I like
exactly.
what
That's what I'm talking
a
about.
lot of these people have good.
When I'm going, oops, he dropped. When I'm going to the landlord or the management company of this piece of property that we're renting, and I go to them with the rental agreement and give them a set of definitions that give our opposing dynamical view of what that rental agreement is, and actually define rental agreement and actually define rental agreement. Let me kick this other one. And so when I use the rental agreement from the management company, and I give them an attachment that they agree to, and I made certain highlights and underlines on the rental agreement itself, and I give them a definition that rental agreement means credit agreement. Okay, that opens that door that they already agree it's a credit agreement. So now I've got a rental agreement, which is a device that I'm using to obtain these premises for a period of time on credit. We've established that. Through the definitions that I know of, that is established. Now we just have to direct the routing to have people understand where it's supposed to come from and why we can give the directive that the customer agrees to make third party payment for the tenants so long as it's understood that credit is given to the customer's account. Is that there is a distinction between the customer and the tenants. The tenants are the personal names and entitlements that allow them to use these premises in a personal capacity if they so wish. And it has to be documented in person. There's no other way to do it. The only outside of that is outside of public. So I have to go be private, and I can do private agreements with private people. So long as everybody believes they're operating in public, they will try to subject me to that public. So all I'm doing in this agreement is clarifying that I am putting in our private rights as not being waived or abandoned and actually declared, defined, and set forth by intent. That's the careful to maintain good works. That's all I'm doing. And it's something that you do every day. Equity is not something that you do once in a while because somebody's taking you to court. It's a matter of learning how, if you want equity, you must first bring equity. And it might be a case where somewhere along down the line, I get to know somebody, and if I'm not equitous with him and something happens, I won't get equity out of that situation because I didn't first come with equity with him. This is our daily relationships with everything we do, even in the things that we write. This stream that I'm doing right now, I have to make sure that I'm doing the best I can to make sure everybody's getting the right idea that this is not no make believe system. This is not no truth system. This is all about your comprehension and understanding that language you've been indoctrinated in has what's been used against you to fool you. You have to understand these terms and
You know what
conditions
amazes
in their simple forms. Quit thinking that everything is so convoluted and that you have to make accusations. Fix yourself and your understanding first, and things will be open to you. Go ahead, brother.
the thing that amazes me is that the 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 Treasury Department, the IRS, all these places actually, once you set it up right, they actually appreciate that I'll speak for myself, that I am actually structured that way. It's like somebody gets it, and this, you know what I'm saying?
Well, yeah,
It's like when we
they
use
don't have,
these processes correctly, we balance things, and they actually like it. It's the bankers that are controlling everything. When
well,
we do
yeah,
it with the way things are set up, it works out well for
if,
everybody involved, and we
yeah.
clear our debt.
Well, they bankers, if you understand banking, it doesn't take a whole lot. The people that work the most are the tellers that stand at them counters all day, while the other supposed bankers that they call them bankers, they don't call them tellers, they call them bankers. So the bankers are actually in their offices doing their little bit of paperwork, which is actually pretty minimal. Very little stamping and signing and sealing anymore. It's all done electronically, and it's just a matter of reading and writing emails back and forth to each other to allow
Until
the
we
elect.
come along,
Right. That's where we have to make that
when we
special
use them,
deposit.
they're transfer agents for me. Yeah, I
Well,
use
yeah,
them.
see, they're
I go
taking
to the private. I used to look at what.
they're oops, we lost him again. They're taking the definitive paper documents and converting them into book entry securities. So that's a conversion into a credit system, and this is why I say that's a monetary instrument. It's a negotiable instrument. That means there's a monetary value to it. So what they did was they took the paper form of money and converted it to electronic form in credits. That's the only form of electronic money there is credit, and it's established through that blockchaining. So in establishing the that electronic record and its data elements, again, that's the problem. We keep entering things into the system that we don't know about. When we figure it out, we take one or two documents, we enter it into a bank, who then enters it into the electronic system because now it's a known conversion of money to credits. So now you're operating in the credit system. Everything works on credits. So again, you have a setup where it's automatically considered a revolving credit, wherein the customer agrees to make third-party payments so long as it's understood that credit is given to the customer's account. So that when it comes out of the customer's account, it goes back to the customer's account. It circulates. That's modern currency. It circulates now. It doesn't take 3 days. It only takes 3 days to investigate the transaction to make sure it's following what it's supposed to. And that's usually just for those large transactions. And that's usually what you do when you make agreements with those banks like that through a trust. Your utility bill, that's a large amount of money that you contract paid out monthly. It's known as a principal. It's qualified as a principal so that when these utility companies want to say, well, no, you're the customer. Well, yeah, we are the customer for the consumer. It's our investment. We recognize it for the investment that it is and claim the principal that's due back at the end of the month. That's what that coupon is. You make the valid claim on it. you send it in for its credits. That's money. You send it to your banker. You get the credits. Guess what? The debt is discharged or set off for the utility company. It's already paid for. So anyway, we are through over 4 hours tonight. Again, I appreciate everybody's support. Good to see you here tonight, Robert. Always a blessing. Russell, Iman, anything
You know,
on the way out?
I just saw the land.
No, brother, I don't have anything. Like I said,
I
each
appreciate
time
you.
I'm invited on, it's divinely ordered to the Most High. So I'm grateful and I'm honored. I appreciate all of you. Peace.
Absolutely. Thanks again.
Hey Keith, the video, the voice was choppy. I don't know if it was just my end or anybody else. It was really like being cut up. Like there was a lot of truth being spoken here.
Well, yeah, I think you've
So
been having problems all night, so probably on your end. Yeah, there he goes again. So, Russell, you got anything on the way out? I think Russell's. Oh, there
No,
he is.
no, brother. I'll just end as I always do. Be the change you wish to see.
Always, always.
Much love, everybody.
Absolutely. Thanks again, brother. And folks, I want to remind everybody, of course, again, I love you, but I don't give a rat's ass whether you love me back. So may God bless you and have a good night, everybody. Thanks again.